Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the 27th AIDA World Championships here in beautiful Limassol. Today is day 6 of 8. We have, as we know, we delayed the start today by 1 hour. Surface conditions look incredible. As we can see over here, things look amazing. Absolutely amazing, like butter on the surface. But conditions are not as they appear underneath. We currently have a diver, Cassandra Cooper, diving as one of the openers. This is something that we do every day. We allow divers to come out who are not actually competing for any kind of records or any kind of scoring on the day's events. To come out. It's an opportunity for a diver to get an extra dive in. It's an opportunity for the judges to make sure everything is working smoothly, for the safeties to make sure everything is working smoothly, and to test conditions. And that's partially what Cassandra is helping us do now. She just did a free immersion dive, which, as you can see, is pulling herself up and down the line. And we are sort of watching now to check conditions to see, to make a decision on if we are going to continue with today's events. She's okay. This was a relatively easy dive for her. She just wanted to get an extra dive in. That was a 57-meter dive that she did, but I believe she had an early turn. So we have a yellow card. Although that will not count towards anything, just sort of making sure everyone is firing on all cylinders, getting things in the zone of how the day will go. And again, one of the things that we're going to be watching for is the intensity of the current. As I've said many times, safety of the divers is the #1 priority. And if it is deemed unsafe to dive, then we cancel the day's events. We do have a makeup day for weather on the 30th of September. We already have some divers from the Women's Day who are going to be redoing their dives from yesterday, or actually doing their dives because they didn't get them done on the 30th as well. Cool. I'm now being joined by Alex Russo.
Good morning.
The president of AIDA.
Let's see if we're lucky or not today. The jury will decide after this dive if we go ahead with the competition or not for today.
Yes. Yeah, and it'll be really great to see with Dive Eye what the conditions are like on the line. We have Lidia Lijic of Croatia doing a 52-meter dive with an announced dive time of 2:20. Again, this is another opener. So it doesn't actually count towards... Ooh, she's going down feet first. That's not something that you see...
That's a very rare one.
Yeah.
They usually put the weights on the legs when they do this. The neck weight.
Okay. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't think I have ever seen somebody do this at a comp. If I recall, this is also a very easy dive for Lydia. And again, as openers, you know, you decide to do an opener as, you know, as an opportunity to test something, to make sure you're feeling well. So she could just be working on her equalization here.
So this is the free fall.
Yeah, she's in
down.
free fall at the moment. Oop. Okay, still free falling. Okay, now it looks like we're coming up.
So we cannot call it an early turn, you see, because there is no turn.
There was no turn. There we go. She's found the loophole.
Yeah. If that would be an official dive, I would be curious to see the
call. Yeah. So she's also doing free immersion, which is... Sorry, go ahead.
Let's look at the angle to see if the current will allow it. So now we have the first diver coming
First safety.
in. Yeah, first safety.
Second safety.
There is something interesting to say about the safeties, because we are trying to standardize the safety procedures for AIDA. And we are working with our friends from Vertical Blue to make a standard that you are going to be able to find in all the AIDA competitions as soon as possible. And I could explain to you a bit what are the standards. We are going to have 3 divers in the pit, 3 safety divers in the pit most of the time. For exceptionally deep dives, we're going to have a 4th diver with a scooter.
Anything over 80?
Practically, we are looking for 1/3 of the dive. Means if it's announced 90, we're gonna have the diver at 30. If we're gonna have 150, we're gonna have the diver at 50.
Yeah.
And 50, it's way too much for bifins dive, so that's going to be the scooter dive.
Yeah.
We are not going to allow it to go over 50. If it happens a blackout deeper than this, the scooter diver will announce, will make this sign for the counterballast. Otherwise, the scooter will follow up the diver up to the 30-meter spot where the bifin diver will be there, and then will move out.
Okay.
The diver from 30 meters will come up in parallel with the athlete all the way up, and if something happens, he is the one catching the athlete. And you're gonna see there is going to be a second bifin diver who will push the athlete
by the waist. Yeah.
So well, Marco Constantino made a lot of tests to see what is the most efficient setup and position and the most hydrodynamic grouping. Tried with 1 diver, with 2 divers, with 3 divers, even with 4.
Wow.
Try with the scooter pulling.
Okay.
And actually the best, the most hydrodynamic solution is to have the diver 1 holding the head in the
keeping the
sandwich
mouth closed.
position, and the bifin diver number 2 pushing from the hips on the victim.
Okay.
So well, the good thing is that these have been tried and tested for hundreds of dives.
Yeah.
They made dedicated weekends only for this, to try all the ways to catch the diver possible and see how fast you can go, and what creates more drag, what creates less drag, and turbulence and all these things. And now we have a clear idea about what is the best way to do it, and Marco came and trained our people 3 days before the competition.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right.
And now we are trying to apply this. There's going to be a pilot program for us during this championship. And a big thank you to Vertical Blue and Marco to help us with the standardization. And then we also have Chris McKay, who took over the management of the team during the championship. And actually we have an amazing team here.
We really do.
Thanks to everybody.
Yeah.
For that.
Yeah, the safety team has been phenomenal. Making sure all the divers are safe. I've heard pretty much all the divers just saying that they feel completely safe with all the safeties around them.
So, good morning, Marco, if you can see us. And thanks a lot for the standardization. We are going to watch out to implement it in all the AIDA competitions, slowly, for not creating bottlenecks. But I guess that in the next 2-3 years it's going to be a mandatory training for all the competitions.
Amazing.
We have news, guys. So competition
We have the
Suspense.
news guy.
Okay, maybe send the advertisement now and we'll tell them later.
Ooh,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, so we can go on with the competition. It
Yay.
appears there is a strong current between 0 and 20.
Okay.
Under that it's fine, free fall is happening.
Okay.
So we're going to try to go on with that. We'll be recessing several times in the day, of course. And if it appears we cannot go on, we'll stop, but for now it's a go.
Okay. Fantastic. That is amazing to hear. Well, then we are on.
Yeah, great. So
Cool.
have a nice time, and dives coming. I think first diver will not be diving, but second one should be here already.
Yes. So we have 4 minutes until the official top of Yang, Huang Yang of Taiwan.
Good luck, Brendan.
Cool,
See
thank
you
you.
later.
I don't have the hard job here. Everyone else has the hard job. Cool. Okay. Good stuff. We are on. That's very exciting. Yang is one of the first divers diving today, doing a 43 or 45 meter dive with an announced dive time of 2 minutes. Alex, I've been telling people at home that if anybody wants to partner with me on creating freediving specific noodles and flotation devices for breathe ups, they should reach out to me because I have many ideas, and it's definitely a huge opportunity for branding and for creating some really awesome equipment. And not a single person has said anything yet.
Or we can reach our sponsors, Double K and Best Dive.
That's
for,
true.
Doing the freediving equipment.
Yeah.
Maybe they will.
Maybe
they
they'd
will
like to-
appreciate your idea.
Yeah, excellent.
You're gonna be product manager in.
There we
Double
go.
K. We are going to lose our commentator if this happens.
Amazing.
I'm actually using a pillow, an inflatable pillow.
Yes, yeah, the airline pillows are. I've used it once, and I found that it was nice, but it sort of got stuck around my neck when I did my turn to put my face in the water and then go. But it could just be because I don't have a lot of experience using one.
Hard to explain, but you know, if you say it happened, it happened.
Yeah. But it is what it is.
I've seen, on the other hand, with noodles, I've seen noodles getting caught in between the legs and the monofin. And
Just the other day, we had somebody who got their noodles stuck on their lanyard, and they brought it all the way down to, I think, 43 meters. And then only on their ascent, it was somebody, I forget who it was, but they were doing free immersion on the Women's Day. And she brought the pool noodle all the way down to the bottom, grabbed a tag, and then it slowly, it unwedged itself, and then she pulled herself up again and got a white card, which I found very impressive. It's not easy to bring that much positive buoyancy down with you.
Well, that's hard for the first, 30 meters. After that, the noodle becomes really a noodle.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. So today's event is constant weight no fins. So unlike the free immersion dives that we saw just now, where you pull yourself down the line, free no fins is just swimming down without touching the line, using your arms and your legs to, in a very broad sense, do breaststroke down to get to the tag at the bottom.
Actually, you can touch the line, you cannot use the line to propel yourself.
Right, so there is no pulling allowed.
If the current pushes you into the line, there is no disqualification.
Okay.
So, let's see, 17, all the current is acceptable.
Yeah, looking pretty good. Yep, at 20 meters.
30 seconds.
Yeah, looking pretty good. Yeah. So Yang is holding, or is not holding, but touching the line so he doesn't lose it.
45 seconds.
Here we go.
But I don't know if he doesn't go into free fall
Touchdown.
anyway.
He swam down to the bottom.
Yep, swam down to the bottom, and now we'll
No
swim his way
free
back
fall.
up.
1 minute.
Yes.
Maybe his coach told him already, you know, there is a current swim to the bottom.
Yeah, maybe. You know, and a lot of the athletes, you know, every night, no, at around 3 o'clock, athletes need to submit all of their
Announcements.
for the next day. So, knowing what we knew about yesterday's diving,
Today is acceptable.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say it's a good day.
yeah, I mean, there's a tiny bit of current, but
So, I
barely.
was saying, safety number 1 reaches the diver.
Yes.
Safety number 2.
Yeah, there we go.
And safety number 3 is going to be on the surface. He will only support the diver's head in case of problems.
Mm-hmm. Yang has been doing a lot of training for this competition. He's basically scheduled his whole life around it. Ooh, looking good. Nice big smile.
Yeah, he has it on his arm. Show your tag.
Wait for the judge's decision. There's the tag.
Tag on the lanyard. That's a
Yeah.
good way.
It's a good way to do it, yeah.
You don't put another scratch anywhere on your
On
suit.
your wetsuit, yeah.
Okay, white card.
Okay, we got a white card. Fantastic.
Nice.
Very nice. Nice, easy-looking dive. Yeah, as you said, he swam all the way down, which is
Probably unnecessary, but you want to be sure that everything will go
yes, yeah, and again, you know, after what we saw yesterday, there was definitely it was definitely necessary to do a lot more swimming than what divers would probably normally want. Next up we have Junichi Kawanami of Japan. June for short.
Go around, catch you later.
Cool, sounds good. Thanks for joining me. June has also been doing a ton of training for this event. Again, he also changed his whole schedule around freediving. Not only where he lives, but his job and how he schedules his time. June is a doctor and emergency and intensive care physician, and has been working on a small island, Amami Island, in Japan during COVID, and has had a lot on his plate. Although he does say that he loves diving on the coral and the reefs on the island, and then during winter you can dive with whales, which is really, really cool. If you ever get the opportunity to go dive with whales, you should absolutely do so.
4, 3, 2, 1. Official stop. Last 1, 2, 3, 4.
So he's going to take a nice big breath here on the surface.
7, 8,
The noodle
9.
comes out, does a duck dive, and we begin.
Junichi Kawanami from Japan.
Take a look.
Performance 45 meters.
The technique is similar to breaststroke, but it is modified. Whereas breaststroke, you want to keep your arms sort of tucked in to reduce drag as you reload them. In no fins, you want to, from the first half of the arm pull, you want to create as much drag as you can to catch as much water as you can. And then after the shoulders, when your arms are no longer having a major pull in the water, you want them to be as small as possible to reduce drag. You can see here we got a little bit of a free fall, nice and relaxed. Tag in the hood.
1 minute dive time.
A diver is allowed one pull on the striped part of the line at the bottom, that we call that the candy cane. And so you saw June for a second want to reach up to pull again, but thought better of it, as if you do pull, that is a disqualification. Looking really good. If you notice his legs as well, he's trying to get his heels as close to his butt as possible. And then the snap goes as he's reloading his arms. He announced 2 minutes on this dive, so it looks like we're going to be right on schedule. You see his coach having a little bit of an oh shoot. Safety divers are right there, they've got him. And he's back. As I've said a few times, with a LMC like that, loss of motor control, your body is basically on the verge of blacking out, and as a diver dips below, a diver generally doesn't actually remember what happens as soon as they come back up, or as soon as they regain consciousness. So they regain consciousness with a bunch of safeties around them and a judge showing them a red card, and they're sometimes confused as they remember they just came up and they were good to go. So that will be a red card, so unfortunately that will result in 0 points for June. Whereas a yellow card will give you some points and a white card will give you all the points.
50 meters,
5 meters down. 6, 7, 8, 9.
Next up we have Huang of Taiwan, Jan for short, doing a 50-meter dive with an announced dive time of 2 minutes.
Line set 50, yeah?
Yes, 1-0 set. Set confirmed. Dive is line.
He just celebrated his 32nd birthday 3 days ago on the 24th. So let's spam some happy birthdays in the chat for Jan. Jan does a lot of photography. He's had a lot of really amazing shots of divers here. So be sure to check out his Instagram, orange_dive. He started diving 3 years ago when an ex-girlfriend wanted to learn how to freedive, and he followed and did the course with her. And had so much fun that he continued training, and now he's here, performing at the World Championships.
5, 6, 7, 8.
As you can hear, the judge is calling positive numbers after the official top. Official top is when a diver can start their dive, and then afterwards a diver has 30 seconds to begin the dive. And that way they're not rushed. They have time to, take a full breath in. They're not having to leave on the exact official top time. We see really nice and relaxed. We had maybe 4 or 5 arm pulls, little kicks here and there to sort of maneuver and get closer to the line. You can see he's wearing a neck weight. moving the weight to the top of the body where the free fall is starting from, the head, means that where the head goes, the body follows. Okay, doing some kicks. Here we go. The swim back. So if you wear a neck weight with the weight distributed at the top of your head, it's sort of like you're an arrow. It sort of helps with streamline and that sort of stuff. Jan's favorite discipline is no fins. Sorry. He loves the freedom that comes from not having equipment. And a lot of freedivers would say that this is the purest expression of freediving because all you're doing is swimming down and swimming back up again. His last competition, he did a CNF dive of 49 meters. Okay, looking good, looking nice and fresh. Looking for the judges, there we go. I'm okay. A diver must remove their nose clip, any other facial equipment, give an okay sign, and then say, I'm okay, in order for the judges to accept their surface protocol. And the judges ask for a tag,
You have a tag.
and then they give their result. A diver must complete their surface protocol within 15 seconds of coming up. Got a white card. And then the judges spend any time from 30 seconds to a full minute assessing the diver, making sure that their airways are not dropping below the water, and a bunch of other little tiny rules to give a white card. So fantastic, Jan. Very nicely done. And again, happy 32nd birthday. Up next we have Vladimir of Russia. He got here around when I got here, about 2.5 to 3 weeks ago, for a bit of training, a bit of warm-up diving. Very nice guy, lots of fun to talk to. And of course, demonstrating one of the core tenets of freediving, you must look good while you freedive. Some divers take that as having very bright and colorful wetsuits. Other divers take that as having nicely decorated stuff. And Vladimir has taken that as matching in all blue. You can hear the judges calling 10.
5, 4,
So this is count down to official top.
2, 1, official top, last 1, 2,
And they count every second, up to 10 seconds. And there we go. It's giving nice strong arm pulls at the surface to cut through the positive buoyancy that all of divers face. In their wetsuits, divers are more buoyant than they would be without a wetsuit, so they float on the surface. As they get down to probably around this depth, we get to neutral buoyancy, which is where you are neither floating or sinking. So if he were to stop at neutral buoyancy and just sit there, he would not move. And then as we get deeper and deeper, we get into negative buoyancy, which is where he just drops instead. Oh, we got an early turn. A diver can early turn for many reasons. Either the equalization isn't working quite right. Sometimes mentally they just don't feel like the dive is going well. Joined by safety 1 and safety 2. You can see a tiny bit of current there, blowing his legs off, but nothing like we saw yesterday. Okay, here we go, we're on the surface. Let's clip off.
Okay.
He's okay. You'll notice divers will do a lot of pulling at their hood when they come up. They do that because one of the things that divers need to do is fill as many air spaces as they can on the outside of their body. A mask will cause an airspace on the outside of your face.
Yellow card.
Okay, so we got a yellow card. Some of the points for that dive will count towards his overall standing in the CNF men's list, but will not be as many points as a full white card. Any area that has air in it needs to be equalized, and obviously if there's air in the outside of your ears where your wetsuit is squeezing on your head, that can cause a pressure-related injury. So divers will flood their hood and add water, put water into their ears so they don't need to have any issues equalizing the outside of their ears, and they can only focus on the middle ear equalization. But it also means that you can't hear very well. So divers pop up, they do their surface protocol, and then they very quickly move to pull on their hood to let the water out of their ears. Next up we have Matthew Marayo of France doing another 50-meter dive with an announced dive time of 2:15.
Yes, like that.
Matthew has a personal best in CNF of 67 meters, which is much shallower than what he has announced. But again, as I was talking about with Alex, divers need to say, they need to announce what their dive is going to be the day before at 3 o'clock. And again, looking at the conditions from yesterday, I think a lot of divers were going more conservative in order to have white card dives versus yellow or red cards. He remembers as a child, around 4 or 5 years old, asking his parents to keep track of time while he would go down in the bath and hold his breath. And this is a question I asked a lot of athletes, and I mean, me personally, I remember doing my first breath hold in the pool, but yeah, a lot of divers just held their breath in the bath. Obviously, as a safety precaution, we never hold our breath in the water alone. We always have a buddy with us. Here we go. 50-meter dive with an announced dive time of 2:15. Cutting through the positive buoyancy very quickly. Notice as he completes the arm pull, he does a little flick with the wrists just to get a little bit of extra movement and power out of that one arm pull. In this discipline, conservation of energy is everything. It is I would argue, probably the most difficult of the disciplines. you don't have any... You have propulsion from your legs, but fins add a lot of propulsion to your dive. So if you'll notice, a lot of the depths announced are much shallower than our other disciplines. And this is true even up to the world record holders. William Trubridge holds the record in this discipline at 102 meters, and that has stood unchallenged for quite a while. We do hope to see a 95-meter dive out of Petar Klovar today, which will be a national record for him as well in Croatia. Here we go, grabbing nice and high on the line. Looking really good, really fresh. Very nice and easy. Going to grab for the tag. There we go. Tag is obviously branded with the AIDA branding. And a white card. Very nice looking dive from Matthew. A bit fast. He announced 2:15, so a little more than 15 seconds fast, but again, as we've said, the announcements for the time are primarily for scheduling. And ensuring that the divers are, as we can see, we have one line being set up. On another line, we have a diver doing a breathe up. Diver has 5 minutes on a line to just relax, do any kind of mental preparation that they would like.
1:30.
Up next we have Yunam Cha of South Korea, doing a 51-meter dive with an announced dive time of 2:10.
1 minute.
As you can see, the surface conditions are looking even better than they were when we started. And hopefully that continues to bode well for the divers today. You can see Yunam is sitting up, holding onto the line.
20.
Every diver is different. Every diver has a preference on how they do their breathe up. Some divers will hold onto the line with their head completely out of the water. This obviously has the benefit of, in more wavy water, not having waves crash over your face while you're breathing. Otherwise, you also have people who lay down either on their back or with their face in the water. That's obviously more relaxing, but then brings on the potential risk of water moving into over your face as you are breathing. Okay.
From Korea, announced performance 51 minutes.
Here we go.
Time 2 minutes 10 seconds. 15 seconds.
Sorry, please excuse the noise. I'm moving my screen a little bit. There we go.
30 seconds.
Yeah, looking really nice and relaxed. You can see that he has air in his cheeks. That is a technique called the mouth fill.
45 seconds.
It allows divers to get to a deeper depth by allowing them to equalize deeper. Okay, we got a touchdown. Here we go.
45 meters.
Notice too that with every kick, he keeps his feet flexed, or dorsiflexed, moved towards his ankles or up. And then as he completes the kick, he points his toes. That is again to try and get as much surface area on the water as you can while you're doing the kick. And then as he completes the kick and the motion, he moves them to a pointed position in order to reduce any drag.
25.
You'll notice he's doing strokes quite quickly. Again, at depth, you are fighting the negative buoyancy, so you're not able to get as much momentum off the bottom. But as you can see here, as he slowly gets to neutral buoyancy and then positive buoyancy, the poles will become less and less, where he just rides back up to the surface. Okay, breathe, breathe, breathe. Oh, shoot. The safeties are doing blow tap talk, where they blow across his face. Giving rescue breaths. There we go. Back again.
We have a red card.
As I said earlier this week, sorry, please excuse me. As I said earlier this week, a surface blackout like that is not considered a medical emergency. As you can see, divers come back very, very quickly when they are on the surface like that. A medical emergency would be any kind of pressure-related injury. So a blackout at depth or any kind of throat squeeze or lung squeeze, that would be a medical emergency, which would then mean that we would take the diver over to the medical boat, which is floating very close by, where our 2 medical staff on that boat will check them out, and then they will then be transferred to the big boat where they continue to receive medical attention from our 2 other medical staff. Up next we have Arne Steckenborn of Germany, doing a 51-meter dive with an announced dive time of 2:15. Again, shout out to his 2 daughters, Katharina and Margareta, who are 7 and 5, watching at home, watching Dad do his thing. When he's not diving at competitions or training, he is training and diving in a lot of cold water lakes in winter, which by now you all know that I very much dislike cold water. But again, some people love it, and who am I to judge, you know?
Lanyard is on and secured.
At the German depth competition in August, he got first place in CNF in this discipline and in constant weight, and became the national champion in those disciplines. Continuing to pull down to around 40, and then hitting free fall. As you can see, his arms are sort of out at his sides, floating where they want to. This is more of a relaxed technique than you would have if you were keeping them close into your body with a more streamlined position. Divers will obviously have a preference on if they prefer a longer dive that is more relaxed or a shorter dive that is faster and using more oxygen. And as I tell everyone I coach and all of my patrons, it's always important to make sure you are trying new things and seeing what works best for you. What works for you might not work for others, and you might find something that works for others that might work for you as well. And so it takes lots of experimentation to figure out your best techniques. Orange is looking nice and strong here. Coming up. Goggles off. You saw a bunch of water come out of his goggles. He's okay. Arnd wears fluid-filled goggles so he can still see underwater. Those in particular, I believe, do not help with being able to see things necessarily, but it does help with being able to open your eyes and not having the water rushing across your eyeballs, which is definitely something that you feel if you open your eyes underwater and you're free falling.
2 minutes to official top.
We have a white card, which is fantastic. Very nice dive, Arnd. Please excuse the umbrella adjusting noises. Oh, that's much better. There we go. Okay, up next we have Sergi Zykov, opting to do a dive without a wetsuit. So there's some things here that we can notice that are different from the other divers. Sergi is not wearing a weight belt or a neck weight. That is because without the wetsuit, he is much less buoyant. So he is floating much less. So I suspect we will see a much earlier free fall than what we have seen from other divers. Although I could be wrong. I don't know Sergi's CNF technique very well. But I mean, with the water being the way it is, I do not blame him. The water is absolutely incredible, and you can see, even on the surface, the water has completely calmed down.
20.
Again, we have him using a mask, and it looks like his coach might be supporting him. Yep, supporting his head so his head doesn't drop below the water.
3, 2, 1. Official top. Last 1, 2, 3, 4.
Taking a nice full breath. You can see his lungs are coming out of the water with the extra air that he's putting in. And we begin.
Sergei Zhukov from Russia. Announced performance 51 meters.
51 meter dive.
2 minutes 15 seconds.
Announced dive time 2:15.
That's okay.
With opting to not wear a wetsuit, there's less distance he needs to cover to get through positive buoyancy.
Seconds dive time.
Okay. Still giving a few fins. Still look like there's a tiny bit of current, so that might be why he's pulling closer to the line. Again, his goal in this comp is to get all white cards,
1 minute dive time.
and up to this point he has 2, so it's more than halfway there. Hello.
Hi, Brandon.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Yes, welcome. Nice to see you again, Brandon.
Yeah. Oh, we have an early turn.
Sergi
From
is
Sergi.
making an early turn.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a little bit of glare on my screen, but it could be that he may have lost his mouthfill.
130.
We know he can dive using a mask very, very deep. He did over 90 the other day in free immersion, I believe. Or no, over 70, I think. So it could be that he just lost his mouthfill and was no longer able to equalize.
Sergi is a very strong freediver. He's training
2 minutes dive.
most of the time in the hub. I met him several times this last month.
He does have a dive school there.
Yeah.
I think it's simply freediving.
And yeah, he's very strong, always training in the blue hole, but also outside of blue hole, which means that he's doing over 90 meters, of course.
Yeah.
And he's a very strong diver.
Yeah.
Let's see what he can do.
It's looking okay.
You didn't even have anywhere to put your tag, did you?
And of course, with an early turn, you don't expect him to have problems on the surface.
Right.
There's no space.
So no tag, huh?
So people are getting ready down there.
Yeah.
I met Alexei. Alexei is getting ready. He just arrived on the platform.
Okay.
I met Vitomir and Petar. They are here
Yes.
for a while now on the platform. That's more than 1 hour that they're on the platform getting ready.
Right.
They were almost the first on the platform. So the Croatian team likes to come early on the platform to get ready and to prepare themselves. And there's also Abdel also he arrived like 15 minutes ago on the platform. He's getting ready for his dive. Of course, all of them are checking the conditions.
Right.
Take a look at
Yes,
the
watching
currents.
very closely.
And they can see that it's getting better than yesterday.
Yes, much better than yesterday already.
Yeah. So it's a good point for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we can actually see what the technique is supposed to look like without having the Superman effect.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We'll see. We have still Huang to come, 52 meters, and then the top level freedivers are going to dive.
Yep.
Of course, we're waiting a lot for this big challenge that put themselves.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, so up next we have Jun Jang of South Korea doing 52 meters with an announced dive time of 2:20. Their PB is 63 meters in CNF. So this is, again, well below what Ji-hoon is able to do. But again, as I said, we have to announce the day before, so there's a lot of planning that needs to go into what you announce.
5, 4, 3.
June is 36 now, but began freediving with an SSI level 1 course with Freedive Panglao, which is one of the schools in Panglao that does a lot of freediving. And he started when he was 28.
He has very fast movements now. For the start of the dive. He's not drifting a lot, so it's a good sign for him.
Yeah.
And he has quite high frequency. Okay.
Cutting through that positive buoyancy.
Okay, now of course he's getting to the negative buoyancy zone. Soon he will be, so one more movements, look, 1 feet movements to go down. We are 30 meters, it's beginning his free fall phase. Okay, another movement. It's probably a feeling that is drifting slightly.
Drifting off the line a little bit.
He wants to be closer to the line. Once again, you can see. Okay, looks good.
We can see his lanyard Lanyards are a safety precaution that all divers are required to wear for the competition.
Okay, okay, he's taking some time down there to put his tag.
115.
Take the tag and of course put it in the hood. Of course, some people find there are different solutions to put the tag. Okay, you can put it under the hood, at the weight belt if you have a special scratch.
Yep. Yeah, some people have an elastic band that they put on their up on their thigh.
Yeah, exactly.
That has the part of the Velcro that will attach.
Okay, he's making some movements, checking up. Maybe he's feeling a bit hypoxic right now. I don't know, or he wants to go up. Okay, he has these movements. So he's still feeling okay.
Yeah,
so
still looking okay.
2 minutes.
It's deceptive to look up from a deep depth because of how clear the water is. It looks like you're only a few meters away, but it's quite far if you're looking from down that deep.
okay,
Looking good.
good.
Nose clip off. He's okay. June has been supported by Double K since 2017, who is obviously the main sponsor of our event. So thank you to Double K for sponsoring Jihun and all of the other athletes in this competition.
I was with him on the boat and he was really focused, really not saying a word. You can see beginning his dive, finally preparing for his dive very seriously. So congratulations to him.
Yeah, congratulations. It's a white card.
It's a white card. So here we go for the medals for the podium now.
Yep.
And we have Petar Klova.
Yes.
I had some insights just before. I had some questions to Leia,
Yes.
one of the Croatian champion.
Yep.
So Petar is a former top-level swimmer, so he has this very strong background, especially in breaststroke. So that's clearly his favorite discipline.
Like,
And this 95 meters looks for a very strong dive. Of course, this is a risky dive. He never did it in competition.
Okay.
But Lydia was telling me that he's really able to do it. So let's see what he can do today. That's about 2 years he's training specifically at depths, which was quite recent.
Yes. Yeah. He's only started actually doing deep freediving very recently.
And that's it. And we can see that he's able now to announce 116 in free immersion.
Yeah.
Already.
And he got a white card in that.
And he got a white card.
Yeah.
It was really solid on the surface.
Yeah.
And now we can see that he's announcing 95. Let's see what he's going to be able to do. Really, this is the surprise of this World Championship.
Yes.
Petar Klova coming on the circuit with such strong performances. Amazing, really.
Yes.
So he has also a good background in pool freediving in pool. So he was at the World Championships. I think he got a bronze medal already. I don't know if you have this information. So he was strong in pool and then he went to the sea. And with all of his swimming background is now that deep. So what is really interesting here is that he's able to announce a deeper depth than Alexei, which makes of course the contest and the competition very interesting.
Yes, absolutely.
Let's see. Okay, let's go.
Okay.
And here he goes. Okay, first movements. He looks very powerful.
Yeah.
With a small
little dolphin kick at the very
dolphin
end.
kick, exactly, which is typical from good swimmers.
Yes.
With a very good technique and strong technique.
Yes.
He's already 22 meters with very few movements.
Yeah. And hitting free fall.
Beginning a bit of free fall.
Yeah.
A small movement more.
You can see using his hands to sort of move him a little bit closer.
Okay. We see that it was a bit less than 1 meter per second on the average speed.
He announced 345 for this dive.
Now is around 1 meter per second. I took a look at his equipment. He has no neck weight.
Okay.
And a weight belt of around, I would say, between 1.5 kilo, 2 kilos, which is not typical for kind of equipment this specialist wear, freedivers wear. Most of the time it's more a single neck weight.
Yes.
Very light, as light as possible.
Right.
Having 1.5 kilo for constant no fins, I think it's about 1.5. I do not know exactly, but I took a look. Okay, touchdown coming up.
Touchdown.
Okay, that's a very good turn. Not that efficient. He could have used the candy cane a bit more to be more powerful on the way back. To use really this turning point more efficiently.
Because if you're very deliberate about it, you can sort of use the swing at the bottom to sort of swing your momentum back up again if you get it all in one very fluid movement.
Exactly, and then of course it can be so efficient that you don't lose speed and you use the speed to come back up.
Yes.
Okay.
But obviously that takes a lot of practice.
That's it. A lot of practice and a lot of training for that.
Yeah.
Let's take a look. It looks good.
Yeah.
It's good. Still with these dolphin kicks.
Yep.
Okay, coming back up.
You notice too, he's pulling his heels as close as he can to his butt to try and reload the legs as much as he can to get a full kick out of the...
I feel like his movement is changing a bit since the beginning of the dive, so...
He's probably getting a little lactic.
Certainly. Getting lactic. It's very hard in this hypoxic state to keep on with the same movement as the beginning. Of course, you are lactic. You become with the narcosis. It's hard also to keep exactly the same movement, but it's getting close to the surface and still strong.
Yeah.
Having a look up. Maybe he's asking himself, where am I exactly? Okay. Still.
Yeah, one can start slowing
pushing.
down.
Oh, okay. Okay, good.
Doing.
Okay, still okay. The safety are getting closer.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, there he goes.
Okay. And there are the safeties.
Okay.
So we see the safety with the scooter with their hand on his butt, pushing him up. The other two safeties, one safety keeping his airways closed, and the other assisting with the waist.
It was around 15 meters, I think.
Around 15.
Yeah. Okay.
So they're going to give rescue breaths, take him over to the medical boat, where he will be looked at by the medical staff.
Okay.
You can see the medical staff getting over there.
Okay,
We're going to give him some oxygen.
Okay, I think he's back. It's okay,
Yep.
he's breathing.
Yep, he's back. We see some arm movements.
With this hard blackout, I don't know if we'll be able to dive again in constant weight specifically. I don't know if you had planned to dive, but most probably, yes, of course.
Of course, yeah.
We'll see what the doctor says.
Yes. Yeah, after every blackout, the divers are required to go see a doctor and be cleared by the doctor to come back to the competition.
Yes, and according to the type of blackouts, if this is a deep blackout with a long recovery time, you're not allowed to dive again for the competition.
Yes.
If you have let's say a shallow blackout
or surface blackout
with fast recovery, then you're allowed to dive again, but not for the deep blackout. So,
yes.
He might be excluded from the constant weight with fin with the time it took for recovery and the depths.
And he does have the opportunity to protest the decision, I believe.
Of course.
But obviously it's up to the medical staff, to the judges, and the safeties and everything. So
That's right. Yesterday there was 2 protests. Fatima and Marine made a protest. So for 2 things. The first thing was against they wanted to redo their constant no fins dive first, and the second was that they were protesting against the fact that the doctor was telling them not to dive again during the competition, but they both lose because their recovery time was too long.
I see. Okay.
You can protest, but of course the safety first aspect will come. So
yes,
the doctor
absolutely.
will be very strict about it.
Absolutely. Yeah. Again, we prioritize safety here, and even to the disappointment of the athletes, who, I mean, are obviously here to compete.
Of course, it's very hard for them. Fatima is very sad, as well as Marine, both of them.
Of course.
Okay, Marine was not diving again because she's a constant no fin specialist, and she's doing only the specialty. But Fatima wanted to dive.
Yeah.
For the constant weight, so of course she was a bit upset about the situation at first, but now she accepts it, I think. So we can see that Petar is doing okay now.
Yeah, fine. Up, breathing.
We'll see him on deep dives in the future for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, he's such a rising star. Yeah, we will definitely be seeing a lot of him.
So,
up next,
Alexei Moshanov.
Alexei.
So now he knows that he goes for the gold medal, or he doesn't know, but I think he knows because Alexei is very solid and he's looking at other athletes. He doesn't need to be in a bubble, or not anymore.
Yeah.
So we arrived one of the last on the platform, so we came here for really, he's doing a very short warm-up. He looks very relaxed, you know.
As he does.
Really easy. He puts his wetsuit and then goes in the water and let's go for it.
Yep.
Really, with this 92 meters announcement, of course, he knows he can do it. He did it already. I don't know what is the maximum in competition. Now.
Ooh, that's a good question. I don't have that written down.
But it's between 90 and 100 and more than 92 for sure. I think it's 95 or something like that.
I can definitely take a look. I should have it.
Of course, he's able to do it. There's the current factor now, but
although it does seem to be calming down quite a bit. Definitely not as bad as it was when I first got here on the boat.
For sure.
At 8. And it's calmed down even more since then. So his constant weight no fins record for himself is 96.
96 meters.
Which is a national ranking in Russia.
National record in Russia, yes, of course. And at top level, it's probably, I don't know if it's the second.
He is
top,
second only to William Trubridge with 102.
Of course, so it's the second performance overall from all times. 92 meters, I won't say it's going to be easy, of course.
No, I mean,
it's going to be, but he's able to do it for sure. So
yeah, absolutely. As we can see, conditions getting even better here on the surface. I mean, we're looking around up here, and there are patches of very small little ripples, but it's almost like glass.
It's very flat sea. It's beautiful outside. And it's very good for the freedivers to begin their freedive in these conditions.
Yes. Alexei has announced 4 minutes and 10 seconds for this dive in classic Alexei fashion. Then packing, which is an advanced technique divers use to add more air into their lungs. Primarily for equalization, not so much for adding extra oxygen.
Okay.
You disagree?
Yes, I think it's both aspects, of course.
Of course, of course.
In constant no fin, some people do less packing because of the extra buoyancy that you have on the surface. That, of course, is hard to get down.
Yes. Yeah, the more air you have.
Yeah. So I don't know what he's doing, Alexei. He's probably doing a bit that. Okay, he's going down. Very powerful movement. You see that 25. It's almost sinking.
as always, looking really nice and relaxed.
So he's really going for his third gold medal, Alexei,
Yes.
at these World Championships.
Yep.
After 2 the previous days, free immersion and constant weight by fins. He's going for his third medal. And for sure, he's going also to be
Go for the constant weight as well.
Yeah, constant weight.
I mean, may as well, right?
50 meters.
Okay, good free fall. I don't
Yeah.
think he's drifting off now. Really, the conditions are getting very good here. So it's perfect for the divers. Now he's focusing on equalization, of course. That's one of the main topics during this free fall.
Yep.
Of course, while you're doing constant weight no fins, due to the fact that you are doing strong movement from the surface to maybe 30-35 meters, you have more tension in body, and equalization is always a bit harder than what you can have for other kind of dives, where you can relax yourself more. And also with other kind of dives, you don't use your upper chest, which is not the case for constant fins.
Right.
So it makes things.
Was it a touchdown or an early
Was it touchdown
turn?
or early turn?
I think it may have been an early turn.
Yeah, it's the same feeling. With the screen, we couldn't see
Yeah.
very well.
But I think
Most
it
of
was
us-
an early turn. I didn't see
You
the.
know what? He calculated. He's a smart guy.
Oh.
I'm sure Alexei calculated that he didn't need to go that deep to be on the podium and to get the gold medal. So most probably he has set an alarm and turned really at the point he could get the gold medal.
Yes.
He's gonna make it like that.
Yes.
So 92 meters, with the difference with Vitomir is 11, so which is 5 meters in fact. 5 meters.
Yes.
So if he turns at around, he has set an alarm at 87, then he turned maybe at 87, 88 or something like that, and it's going to be enough for him
Yes.
to be world champion.
And I mean that's the kind of games that you have to play as you get more and more at the top of the food chain, so to speak.
Exactly. And the thing is, Alexei, of course, he's doing so many dives that he wants to make sure he's not getting too much tired.
Right.
He's not going for world record, so now he's going for the title. And for the title, he knows that he doesn't have to do the exact depths.
Yes.
So that's what he did. So we have a seat showing 83 meters.
I don't think the 83 is
Okay.
correct.
Oh, he's grabbing. He's not
okay.
feeling good. He's grabbing. Okay, and coming back up. Okay. Oh, too bad for Alexei.
Okay. So we do have a surface blackout. He was able to get up.
Okay.
He opens his mouth.
Okay.
It's okay.
Okay.
Breathing.
back. He's okay. He's
okay.
a good smile. It's okay. It's fine for him. Oof. So perfect. So Alexei surprised us today.
Wow. Yeah.
Okay.
So that will be a red card for Alexei.
That's a red card for Alexei.
Yeah.
So for this time, no gold medal for this discipline. That opens the field for the next coming. So Vitomir,
Vitomir, Abdel, and Dean.
Dean Chauch also,
Yeah.
of course, for the three coming.
Yes.
And maybe also we're gonna see what they can do. There's also Giannis Kotonidis, a Greek guy.
Yep.
With a 72 meter.
Yeah.
dive. So that's a bit a surprise, but the conditions are quite rough. There's still some currents.
There is still some current,
of
definitely.
course, diving again. I saw on Instagram that Alexei was
He
diving
was out
also
training yesterday.
He was out training. I
Yep.
don't know which kind of training he did, but it was not a rest day for sure.
Definitely not a rest day.
And so of course that's not diving again in such condition at such level. It's hard to be consistent with the dives. So
I did also see that he had a dog on the boat with him.
Oh, yeah,
which is
small
obviously my priority. You know, not I don't really care about what Alexei's doing. I care about what the dog is doing.
So here we have Vitomir, and we see behind Lydia. Lydia is his girlfriend nowadays, and he's getting prepared. Vitomir he never did these depths in competition. So that's his first run in competition for 81 meters, constant no fins. He was very strong in pool. He was several-time world champion.
He's strong pretty much everywhere.
Yeah, he's strong pretty much everywhere, and I think he's able to do it. But of course, he has to prove it today.
Yep.
In stress condition, I don't know if he knows now that he's going for the gold medal, because he's going for the gold medal.
Yeah.
So that's a big day for him, of course. Even if he already had some title, it's an important day for him. Let's see. In training, Lydia told me that he did that already. So
and his
he's
current
able to do it, but that's current.
Yeah.
There's the stress of the World Championships.
Yeah.
These conditions. So let's see. Let's see what he can do.
Absolutely. Started swimming at 3 years old and has been freediving. Freediving for quite a while. I think about 4 years. He's been competing, and before that, he's been freediving as a child. He has announced a dive time of 3:15.
Just a small insight about Alexei. Finally did the blackout, but he had a very fast recovery.
Yes.
So, as we were telling before, I don't think he's going to be qualified as a severe blackout. So in this case, he will be probably able to dive for the constant weight monofin.
And I think that's why he started pulling, and he knew that it was going to be very close on the surface anyway. So rather than risk the deeper blackout and not be able to do constant weight, I think he started pulling to make sure that he could still get to the surface of the feet for the next day.
Most probably, yeah, right.
I mean, again, he knows what he's doing, and he knows himself, and he's playing the whole game, not just the 1 day thing.
For sure. So he wants to be consistent for all the days, for all the disciplines, and if possible, win all the title. So that will not be this year, not this year. Not the Grand Chelem, if you can say.
Yes, yeah. We have a bit of a conversation going on.
Okay, why are they talking? What are they talking
We
about?
might be having an issue about the official dive watch. All divers are given an official watch by the judges to record their depth.
We are at less than 1 minute from the start. That's a bit short, of course.
Yeah.
For him to get ready if he's still talking, but okay, he's coming back apparently. Okay.
Yeah, what we see on the screen is just given to us by the Dive Eye drone. The official depths are recorded by those watches and official dive times. So that's what the judges use to track depth.
That's right.
30-40 meters shallow dive to test his wetsuit unallowed.
A small trick that I give to the athletes is always put the gauge on the end you are going to take the tag, because that's your deepest end and wrist, and of course if you make an early turn, try to put this end as deep as possible, so maybe you can add an extra meter. And of course this will count in the end for the final ranking.
Absolutely.
Is it cancelled for today?
He's still talking. What is he talking about?
Still talking.
What's his surprise?
Haven't heard any calls of official top times, so and nose clip is off, so
taking a look down. So Vitomir is waiting for what we don't know. I see that Abdel is not on the spot, he's not getting ready on the other line, so I don't know if it's normal or not from here, so we cannot see everything. We're talking.
That looks like Dan Verhoeven, one of our photographers.
Lydia is here coming. Safety are talking together. We're talking about. So that.
Got a nice little.
Strength, for sure is gonna don't know if they're going to make a delay just for him or for the other ones, but of course it would have an impact because these are the deepest dive now, deepest divers. So this Vitomir would play the gold medal.
Yeah.
So I don't know what's happening. Of course I don't know if they know, but he probably knows that Petard did do a blackout for sure.
Yeah.
Which is one of his training friend. So they're training a lot together. So of course, in these cases, you more or less know that your friend got a deep blackout.
Yeah.
So they're probably worrying about the current too, because of the other days.
Yeah, definitely. And what you said too about, you have to be, Vitomir is in the water while Alexei comes up, and having to sort of maintain your mental calmness in the chaos of somebody coming up and safety divers sort of splashing around you and all of that.
That's true. That's very difficult for that. A good point is that when you get ready as an athlete is to be a bit far from the lines. So there is a blackout or a lot of movement or people shouting too much because they're happy after the dives. You don't have to support that if you are a bit far away. So there's a way here to be on the side of the platform and not to see that. So I think that's a good point for athletes. But not all of them do that. And I could see Petard was quite close from the lines just before when he was getting ready. So when I was around 10 meters, I would guess, 10-15 meters, but on the view of the lines, which can, of course, disturb or distract yourself if you're getting ready for a very deep dive.
Difficult to say what's going on.
Yeah, we're waiting. We don't have any information now. Still waiting, still checking.
But while we have no idea what's going on, you can obviously check out AIDA Freediving on Instagram. All the results for the competition are posted on the AIDAinternational.org website. If you scroll down, you'll see the 27th Freediving World Championship logo that you can click on, and then in the menu across the top, you will see Start/Results. And there's where you can check all the results for the competition.
Okay, Vitomir is coming back on the line, apparently. I don't know, maybe the judges are asking themselves if there is a today too a current problem. But we've seen that the lines and the current didn't seem too bad today. But of course, the judges, they are down, they can see the dive eye, but they don't look at all, and they have to take in consideration all the different aspects. So they probably ask the safety free divers to make a check on the line, to go down and to check if the current was still okay for the free divers. Okay, so he's leaving the line again. What's happening really? Okay. I'm gonna make a check, okay? I just go down and make a check.
Absolutely.
And I come back to tell you.
Sounds good. Okay, it looks like Vitomir is being moved back to the warm-up lines over on the side of the boat.
Yeah. I see that exactly.
Cool. While we're here, if we could throw up the results so far, so you can give a quick little look. Judges, organizers, all the good stuff. For anybody who was interested in what we were doing while we were delaying, a lot of the safeties were actually doing drills. They were diving down, pulling each other up, just keeping nice and sharp and ready. Okay, so you can see the results so far. A few red cards, some white cards. We can also see our wonderful and lovely sponsors, Double K, Best Dive, Paralens, EDT Offshore. And once again, thank you to all of the sponsors who are supporting athletes. Really helps to make sure that they can spend time focusing on their training. And it really helps the sport as a whole, sort of progressing things, keeping things safe, which we all really appreciate. My name is Brandon Reed. I am a freediving instructor, breath holding coach, and I have been commentating this event so far. If you do have any questions, please feel free to either send them to my Instagram account at Brandon Freediver, or post them in the chat on the YouTube stream, or you can send them to AIDA Freediving on Instagram as well. Let's do a quick check here. Everybody can sound off, let us know where you're watching from, and again, any questions that you might have. Let me hop on the live stream on my phone. Safety's all crowded around. Yeah, we're still waiting to hear what happened with Vitomir. And yes, Alexei is definitely human as well. Thank you, Xian Yang. Yeah, sound off. Where is everybody watching from? Let's get a quick check-in. We got Croatia, Switzerland, Dahab, Cyprus, amazing. Tenerife? You'll have to excuse my pronunciation there. Any questions that anybody has? What do we got? Questions about the comp? Questions about freediving? Hi, Swan. I hope you're enjoying breakfast. Hi, Anna. We got a few of the competitors in the chat as well. So any questions that you guys ask, any of the competitors who are watching can also answer as well. Why Pang Lao? The hotel. Israel, California. Ooh, California, that's quite early to be watching. My goodness. Alexei he pulled on the line. He made the smart decision knowing that he was getting close to a blackout, and so he ended up he did an early turn and he pulled on the line. So in constant weight no fins, pulling on the line is against the rules. It was a very clear pull on the line, so he got a red card for that, as well as the surface blackout. So there will be no way for him to protest any of those things.
Okay, Brandon, we have a plus 20 minutes on all the OT starting now, so total delay is 1 hour 20.
Okay, so we're delaying for 1 hour and 20 minutes. Oh no, sorry, no, we're delaying for 20 minutes now.
We already had 1 hour.
Yes, okay, great. Cool. So, if we throw up the start list on the screen, we additionally already had an hour delay from the beginning, and now we're adding an additional 20 minutes on top of that. In the meantime, I will be here answering your questions. Yes, so we will move ahead from there. Was that Alexei's first time blacking out during competition? Absolutely not. No, he's blacked out before. I couldn't tell you when, but he's definitely blacked out before.
For sure, for sure.
Yes. Let's see. Midnight in Cali, Vancouver, Canada. Amazing. What's the water temp at 50 meters today? I saw one dive with the speedo only. Yes, that was Sergi. The water is nice. Yeah?
Yeah, it's around 24, 25 degrees, I would say.
Yeah. I unfortunately haven't had a chance to get in the water yet, but I will afterwards. What is good to eat in Limassol? What do you think?
all the Greek specialties like moussaka, Greek salad. There's a typical salad from Cyprus too. Tasted yesterday. It's good.
Nice, nice. There's a Thai restaurant in town that's really good. I think it's called Tuk Tuk. I've eaten there 3 times now. It's delicious.
I've been too. It's a good address.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
There's a lot of seafood too, you know.
Yes, tons of
From
seafood.
the Mediterranean Sea, so for the people who like seafood, it's a good spot.
Yeah,
to
Fat
to
Fish is
restaurants.
very nice. Have you been to Fat Fish?
No.
It's really good. They have an incredible crumbed seared tuna that is delicious. And so are their garlic mashed potatoes, if you ask me. Let's see. Hi, one of the women DNF gonna try once more. We've been adding some of the women on, so if I recall, we do have some DNF women competing today. After the CNF stuff, we are also going to be using the September 30th weather day to add some extra dives on as well. If the diver blacks out, he can't compete the whole competition. It depends on the depth of the blackout. If it's a deep blackout, as we've seen some of the divers from yesterday, you need to go to a doctor to get medical approval to dive again. If the doctor says no, then you're out of the comp. And I think that's why Alexei started pulling at the surface of the water, was to make sure he gets his airways out and to be as close to the surface as possible to avoid the deep blackout discussion.
So that's I just have the information that Alexei is doing very well now. He's getting better. There's no problem, absolutely no problem. He recovered fully already from his blackout. The doctor was telling me that he was recovering amazingly fast. When he made a saturation test, he was already at 95 just after his blackout, which is of course normally it takes more time, and so it's so I'm sure Alexei will be ready to come back in 2 days for the constant weight monofin.
Take a day off, relax.
So information from the competition, the information I had from the judges was that it's going to restart 15 minutes more than the official top, so we have 1 hour 15 more than the table we have online.
Oh, I heard 120.
Question 15, 20.
Cool.
Okay, maybe 20. I see nobody on the lines right now, so that's.
We still have information about the best restaurants pouring into my phone. Ruth Osborne of the UK says Enzo vegan. What'd she say? Enzo. Let me pull it up again. Enzo Vegan Lifestyle is an amazing restaurant. I know she's been eating a lot of their food, a lot of takeaway. Let's see. Current compared to today is better. We are diving. The divers are not being blown off the line. There's still a little bit of current, but definitely not as much as there was yesterday. Yesterday was hectic. Now, I don't know if you are following Lily Crespi on her Instagram account, but she has a photo of her basically nearly flat, like as if she were laying on the floor, doing her freedom or her no fins. I mean, really, like she's like this, swimming back to the wall or to the line.
Exactly. This photo has been turning on internet. It's very nice, like a superwoman doing a kind of flight underwater. Of course, that's not the right.
Not what you want for CNF.
Exactly.
But it's a cool picture. Okay, we've got lots of votes for halloumi.
So if it's 20 minutes, it's gonna start again in 5 minutes if it's the right. So Vitomir is supposed to be at 9:10.
Yes.
It's 10:25.
Yep. So we should be seeing him move to the line in a few minutes. Obviously, halloumi being born here in Cyprus, the national cheese or something.
Exactly.
I had some grilled halloumi last night, and it was phenomenal.
It's very good. It's a very good cheese.
Yeah.
For sure. You can eat it directly grilled or in salad.
Yeah.
It's very good.
Yes. Any questions while we're waiting for the 5 minutes before the official top for Vitomir? Any questions? Any questions?
Okay, we can see here the judges talking. Okay. Talking about the situation right now. I think it's time to start again. I don't see any major concern for which it should not start.
Do we know what the concern was? Was it just the current condition, or
current condition? That the small questions about small question about the dive and current conditions were asking themselves. So
cool. I mean, it's good to take an active role in, sort of making sure your conditions and your safety and everything is being met.
Of course.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, not seeing any questions. What is the question that you wish people asked you most? Like, you get your questions that you're asked all the time, but what is one question that you wish people asked more about freediving?
That's a question for me?
Yes, that is a question for you.
Okay.
Question about a question.
Okay. The most asked questions I have are how long do you stay? How long do you stay? Or how deep do you go?
Yeah.
How deep do you go as a freediver? Why do you do that? I think that's another very interesting question. And that's a question that, of course, can be asked for many sports, many activities. But of course, people are wondering themselves, why do you practice such an activity going at depth? There are many answers as freedivers that we can give, of course.
Yeah.
Pleasure,
the free fall,
the fun of.
Come to the Olympics.
I know that there was a try already. It was a try, but made by CMAS that wanted to try to make it a sport for the Olympics. It was taken seriously by the CIO that studied the question. But as you know, for the Olympic Games, there are a certain amount of sports that can be practiced. There's a list, and there is a total number with a limited number of sports now. They stopped to add new sports because there are so many sports in the Olympic Games now that it's difficult to add more. And so each time you add a new sport in the Olympic Games, you have to take one out.
Yeah.
And this is a major challenge for the CIO to make this choice. And so for the last Olympic, the goal was to try to put freediving in the Olympic Games and to be in Paris 2024.
Okay.
And finally, the CIO didn't make the choice. And instead of that, they've chosen other sports like I think skateboard that we could see in Japan this year.
Yeah.
Like I think also kite surf, if I can remember well.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah. So they've chosen other sports. Okay. And
I mean, and that's that's okay. And freediving and spectator freediving, like what we're doing now, is still quite young. Thanks to the dive eye, we're able to actually follow divers down. But up until very recently, we've only been able to watch from the surface and watch a diver go down, no idea what they're doing down there, watch them come up, and that's pretty much it. So, having the dive eye, having the ability to watch divers, actually turns this into a spectator sport now. And I think as the sport grows, as more and more of these events are televised, I think freediving will have a better and better chance at becoming one of the sports that is popular enough to be on the Olympics. But I think at this moment, like you were saying, it's obviously a difficult call with all of the other sports who are sort of pushing.
okay, perfect.
Okay, fantastic.
Thank you for the information. So
awesome.
Plus 1 hour 30 on the timeline.
So we will be starting in 8 minutes with Vitomir.
8 minutes with Vitomir. So of course they're getting ready. I hope they don't get cold in the water, because of course the water is not that cold. It's 24 degrees, but
But it's still cold enough if you're sitting in it and you're not moving.
Exactly, with very thin wetsuits that they're wearing, like 1.5 millimeter wetsuits.
Mm-hmm.
If you stay too long in the water with the stress, the resting, the relaxing, you get quite quickly, you can shiver, really. And so when I'm coaching some of the athletes, sometimes I feel them shivering, even if they don't stay too long. So I hope that Vitomir and Abdel, Dino and maybe Giannis are not too cold right now, because they're waiting since some minutes now.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine Ilya probably didn't actually get into the water yet, or if he did his warm-ups, he's still on the boat and not actually like waiting around. We have a few demands for you to answer the question, but I'm going to moderate this and say we will ask him later. So sorry, team.
Okay.
We won't put you on the spot.
So thank you for all of your questions. If it's
yes,
it's only about my competition crush. Sorry, guys. I will not answer.
It's a secret crush.
Secret crush.
Yeah. So if you get a little Valentine's Day card from him, you know it was you. Any other questions? Let's see. Just lots of votes for Vera's question. No, let's check the Instagram. What's happening on Instagram? Boop-a-doo. Make sure you're following. Oh, here we go. Why did I not participate in the World Championship? I am participating. I'm participating as a commentator, as a spectator, as a lover of the sport, as a friend to the athletes. And in the future, I would love to compete. But at the moment, this is my first competition, my first, being around this environment, these people, these athletes, and yeah, I don't know. I'm really enjoying doing the commentary. I think it's tons of fun, and yeah, maybe in the future I probably will do a comp. I do have a desire to get the National American static record, which is currently set at 8:30. 8:30, 1 or 2.
Mm-hmm.
But my dry static PB is 7:30 at the moment.
That's good. That's good.
Thank you. Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah.
Keep on working.
Yes, and part of my issue has been that I've been leading so many dry static sessions for other people that I have been neglecting my own training, which I know happens, and it's an excuse that I make for myself that I need to stop using and continue to actually train. But yeah, so that is why I am not currently competing.
So let's see, now we have Vitomir getting ready for the dive. We have 4 minutes left.
4 minutes?
4 minutes left for the start.
Another question, are judges using dive during the dives or not at all? They are. They do being used for multiple things here. Okay, another question. Good luck to all the athletes from Dennis in Tahiti. Thank you, Dennis. Let's go to the AIDA Freediving Instagram account. We have some mentions. Ruth from the UK has a quick question for you. What are the most challenging aspects and the most enjoyable aspects of managing a big team at the World Championships?
Oh, that's a good question from Ruth.
I like that question.
I would say the most challenging is to manage that many people. I mean, there are 18 persons together, and they all have different problems. Sometimes small problems, sometimes small things to fix. They all have a different psychology, so of course it's hard to manage all them together. I think that's the amount of people to manage together. And the most enjoyable part is that to see that a lot of them succeed in the Airbnb apartments that they've been taking. So we're not at the same spot.
Yes.
So I'm organizing a debriefing each day at 6 p.m. at the hotel, just for the French team. So we can discuss the different concerns we had during the day. I'm giving them advices about how to prepare themselves for the dives, giving them my external eye, of course, and according to that, they can find solution, try to have a good announcement also for their next dives. And also it's a team building. I mean, the people are together, they enjoy themselves, they laugh together. Then yesterday we had a restaurant all together, so we shared this time together, having fun and laughing together, and that's a great tool to feel good in a competition.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, and that's such an important part. I mean, again, we've talked so much about the mental aspects of freediving, and if you're not having a good time, or you're stressed, or all that stuff, like it has an impact on your dives. And so I really think what you do with your team of like keeping morale up, going out, hanging out together, I think is a really important piece of
official top, let's say. Okay, we have official top for Vitomir Maricic. Let's see if he will be able to handle this delay. This finally 30 minutes delay. So Vitomir is very strong, we know it. That's the first time he's reaching these depths. 81 is attempting these depths in a competition.
Yes.
So 81 meters.
And actually,
let's go for Vitomir.
I have on his profile here that his PB is 80. So I don't know if that's changed recently, but could be that this is also a PB for him as well.
He's doing very strong movements. It's 3 movements only. He's already 4 movements at 20. Letting himself sink after each of his movements. 5 movements, 25. 6 movements, okay.
Yeah, looking really nice.
More and more, looks nice. His mouth is filled with air now.
Big mouth fill?
He looks good. He looks good. Now he's adding some movements slowly. Okay, putting his hand
going
in front.
for a more streamlined position.
Yeah.
Again, as we've said, divers tend to either have a more streamlined position that uses a bit more energy to hold that position, or they're more relaxed and are conserving oxygen instead. Let's see, Vitomir announced 3:15 for this dive.
Okay, he's slower than Petar. We can see that Petar was faster. Okay, he's reaching the bottom, 81. That's a nice turn.
Very nice turn.
Very efficient, as we can see, compared to the other dives. Okay, that's very good. Good technique on the way up.
Very nice, strong arm pulls.
Very strong. Good leg movement, also good technique. Nothing to say. I think he's in the good. The current seems very low now.
Yeah.
It seems that everything is perfect for the freedivers now to do their maximum. Of course, some of them paid attention to the announcements because they know that there is current. They know that the conditions are not perfect. We are not in a blue hole. Okay, first safety.
He's sped up his
movements.
His movements a little quickly.
Okay, he's seeing the safety and
Yep,
looking at them.
Safety.
Okay, still good. He's probably a bit tired in the shoulders, the arms, you can see, but he still has very good movements, still very strong, keeping on going up. Okay, I'm sure Lydia is very stressed about this dive. Now following it. Okay, good. Trimming in. He's very strong in constant no fins. So clearly, his second specialty after constant weight by fins, and so he's able. Okay, Abdel is getting ready. Just
Here
wait. I'm gonna ask if it's a white or yellow.
Cool.
Just
sounds good. And as we watch Abdel here, make sure you are looking for when he does his leg kick versus when he reloads his arms, which is moving his arms up to the top of his head again. A lot of times when people start doing this technique, when they do the leg kick, they feel like they're not actually going anywhere. And that's partially because when you are doing the leg kick, you are also reloading the arms, which is where you are basically adding the most drag as you put your arms back up to a position to then do an arm pull again. And so we'll see, as we saw with Vitomir and other divers moving forward, we'll see very powerful leg kicks that kick right as they move their arms to the streamline position above them.
So, the information.
Cool.
So the information from the judges. Vitomir is yellow because he did not bring back the tag.
Oh, okay.
And, so this is 1 point less. So he makes 80 points because he's been to 81 meters. He had 181 meters on the gauge. So
cool.
that's
so he will still take first.
He will still take first. He's still world champion. So Vitomir is our world champion for the day.
Okay, amazing.
So amazing, congratulations, Vitomir.
Yes, yeah. If you don't bring it,
Can be a calculation.
yeah.
But I feel like Abdel is very strong these days and will be able to do it, bring back the tag and be safe on surface.
Perfect.
In training, he was able to do more, so I think he can do it. Of course, the other point is what we were talking about before, so hope that he didn't get cold.
Yes.
During his warm-up because he had to wait half an hour more in the water than was really planned. I remember in 2019 he was in the French team too, and there was a delay also on the one. I think it was on the constant no fins, and so I had to cover him to cover him to make sure he was not getting cold.
Sure, yeah.
Because while waiting on the platforms there was some wind. I was getting cold, so I had to cover him. It was a bit tricky for him to wait more. So he's accustomed to that. I mean, he's accustomed to that. He's really solid. Abdel was a very, very strong spearfisherman. He was in the team from Algeria.
Okay.
National team from Algeria in spearfishing.
Oh, really? I didn't know
he's
that.
coming from the spearfishing world, and that's years now that he's training in freediving. He's a freediving instructor. He was freediving instructor in the south of France.
Okay.
He's living close to Marseille town, if you know Marseille.
I do not, but I will trust you. And he does a lot of coaching as well.
He does a lot of coaching. He's taking care of a small team of freedivers. There are certain that are here. There's Clémentine Marie, there is Chantal Steiner, there is Sydney Regis, and there is Nicolas Jaouen. They are all here for the World Championship. They are very happy because they are following their leader, Abdel.
Yes.
And Abdel is giving them a lot of advices to increase their level in freediving. They are training all together in the bay of Ajaccio. Ajaccio is in Corsica.
Ajaccio. Oh boy. Okay.
Ajaccio, it's a town on the Corsica Island.
Okay, yeah.
Corsica Island with a big bay, with beautiful waters. It's a beautiful spot to dive. So they train there. Okay, here he goes. Abdel is doing strong movements, powerful movements.
Also, let's just appreciate this beautiful water clarity too. I mean, it's amazing.
So we can see that he's doing more movement than Vitomir. It's probably a bit less powerful, but he's also quite relaxed while doing these moves, which is, of course, gives a good efficiency.
Okay, very nice free fall.
45 seconds.
He's very relaxed now. You can see his feet are drifting. It's the minimum effort, focusing on equalization, of course. With this announcement, really, Abdel wanted to make it safe. We've seen the current conditions, and he absolutely didn't want to take any risk.
Absolutely.
Of course, doesn't mean that's an easy dive. It's going to be an easy dive. It's a very deep dive.
Definitely.
So he needs to do it. But I think he has some spare, so he should be able to do it. I'm confident with him.
Approaches on the bottom, turn.
He's a very strong freediver. Okay, that's a good turn. Really relax.
Yeah, really
It
relaxed.
takes its time, and it's a strong pull-up to go back up. So it takes its time to turn, but then it does a very strong pull-up to go back up, which is quite efficient too, very efficient. Okay, now he's focused. Everything streamlined, good. Kicks, arm pull, strong.
Yeah.
2 minutes.
Okay, it's going quite good. I'm even wondering if it's not going to be a bit faster than what he announced.
Yeah, he announced 3:30.
2:15.
So okay. First
Okay.
safety with the scooter.
Okay.
2:13.
Inside.
Do you think it's fair to say that CNF is the most difficult discipline?
For me, it's for sure. I've been practicing a lot CNF too. It's for sure the most demanding discipline in terms of
Definitely demanding.
effort, and in terms of what it gives during the dive. It's very hard when you come up with a very lactic, hypoxic. He's good, he's strong. Look, he's removing his nose clip before breathing. You can hear him breathing from
Say
there.
hi. Lips are totally fine.
Very he's speaking already.
Yeah.
That's very strong, I think. With the tag, of course.
Yep.
78 meters.
And making it look very easy.
Let's wait for the judges.
And a white card.
Congratulations,
There we go.
Abdel Chief. Abdel is silver medal. That's
Silver medal.
A silver medal
Yeah.
for him.
Yes.
After the silver medal in constant weight by fins, a bronze medal in free immersion. He has got a silver medal in constant no fins. That's a very good result for Abdel.
Yeah.
Knowing that he's going to do the 4 disciplines as well as Alexei.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that he's going to go in cash too. So it's
Okay.
hard, huh? to do all these dives in a row. With a lot
yeah.
of,
That's
not
a lot of
small breaks.
yes. Yeah. And now with this other silver and with Alexei getting the red card, that puts him potentially within range of gold for the whole competition.
Could be. Yeah, for sure.
Point-
I don't know.
comes
their
down to the points,
yeah,
but
yeah. I don't know how they calculate the thing. It's for the Molchanova price. Huh?
yes.
Molchanova price. So of course Alexei would like to take it,
Yeah.
but yeah, it could be. It could be for Abdel, according to what how they calculate that. If they do a kind of a weighting to a bronze, silver, and a gold medal.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So now we have
Dean.
Dean getting ready.
Dean from the
getting
UK.
ready.
Dean Schausch doing a 77-meter dive with announced dive time of 2:50. Dean has a no fins course on freedivingfamily.com that I have taken. It's an online course with lots of video, and it's really good. Actually, before we started doing the commentary for CNF. Oh shoot! I said free immersion. He has a CNF course. Before I started doing the commentary for this, I rewatched through all of his videos to sort of hone what I'm looking for these dives. So if anyone out there is interested in learning the very specifics of CNF, check out Dean's online series.
Dean is a CNF specialist. He's very strong in CNF. He has been that's years. He's doing CNF.
Yep, he has the national record.
He has the national record. I'm following him on this discipline since years. He began, I think, in the vertical blue. I think I don't know if he was working in with William together as an instructor, or he did safety for first vertical blue. But he's always he performs in the vertical blue a lot, and he has been doing constant no fins, very big constant no fins dives for a while now. So of course we expect him at this level, 77 meters. Let's see what he can do today.
Yeah.
I have no more insights from him, but for sure he's going for a bronze medal, which was not planned, of course, but he's going for it.
But here we are.
Yeah.
Just because that dives rough, so I might be asking you.
Looking really nice and relaxed. Using a dive, like a swim cap, versus using a wetsuit hood. As you can see, his ear is sticking out, so he will not have to actually flood his hood or flood the cap like freedivers who wear hoods do have to. So it's one less thing to sort of have to remember on as you're beginning your dive to do. Dean has 10 national records for Great Britain.
10, huh? That's huge.
Yeah.
Probably most of them in constant no fins. I don't know. Maybe it was not dynamic no fins.
I would imagine.
Yeah. One minute 30 before the start.
Dean here as part of the team, the UK team, with David Mellor, Dean Cipollina, who we will see both of later today. We have Alice Hicks and Ruth Osborne, who we saw, who asked us the question earlier. 2, 3. Dean, David, Alice, Ruth. I think there's one more. Ruth, send me a message and let me know who I'm missing, please. Again, Dean diving with a pool nose clip rather than a diving nose clip.
Yeah, it's a synchro swimming nose clip. They are very small. They don't pinch the nose so
right. They're not
so
like
much.
not the clamps like the other ones are.
Yeah, so it's probably quite easy with equalizing because when you have hard equalization, it's hard for you, and you need to clamp really your nose to pinch it seriously.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, I know he does hands-free equalizing.
Okay, oh, that's why.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
2, 3 strokes. 4.
It's really powerful, doing nice movements.
Really strong.
Very nice technique. You can see with the arms and the feet.
So I believe that was 6 poles, going on 7 poles now.
And 30 meters. Everything looks fine for Dean. He has the technique, a specialist.
Yes. Notice the toes when in the streamline position pointed together to keep them nice and close and keep them streamlined versus letting them sort of float out and create more drag. As I was saying reducing drag is the primary goal of this this discipline. Anywhere you can reduce drag means more relaxation, means more energy conservation. Touchdown. Also not grabbing a tag.
Currently not grabbing the tag, for sure. If he doesn't grab it, he doesn't need to grab it.
Yep.
Giannis is 5 points away, so of course 1 point less is not a big deal.
Right.
And when you're doing such efforts, just the effort of taking the tag is a real effort.
Yes, absolutely. He has a really strong kick. Safety 1 is there. Still looking quite strong. If you notice too.
Yeah, no, it's a 250 dive.
Lovely.
Great, huh?
I would love that.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Sorry, we're thinking about food here. Ruth, thank you, coming in clutch. Georgina Miller is the last of the UK team that I neglected to note. So, sorry Georgina. I have a lot of names to remember. Okay, here we can see all of the dives so far. And obviously the last 3 being gold, silver, and bronze for the event. Once again, make sure you are following the AIDA Freediving Instagram account. We're posting stuff from behind the scenes, stuff from the event, and also any notes about weather or delays or that sort of stuff.
Sorry, Brandon, I was not able to find more than an apple.
Oh, that's okay.
The cakes were over. Sorry.
That's fair. They looked really good.
So for Sasha is bringing each day some very good Serbian cakes.
Yes.
And special
point scoring. So rather just making sure that he is giving himself every opportunity that he can to come up fresh, complete the dive, and get as many points as he can. I believe that is why he didn't grab the tag. And really just focus on the turn and going right away back into the swimming.
Exactly. Taking the tag takes some effort, can break a bit the turn, which makes a kind of small pause within the turn, which makes it less efficient, of course. And when you don't need it, you don't need this point, why do it?
Right.
There are some exceptions. There's the point system, and also the fact that when you do a national record, a world record, you need to have a white card, and in this case you need to have the tag. So our next diver, Giannis Kotonidis, is going to try a national record for Greece today.
Yes.
And of course I think he's going to take the tag, because in this case, if he wants to make the national record,
he must grab the tag.
Must grab the tag. If not, he will have a yellow card, which in his case, will not cost too much, because of course the next competitor is 6 points away from him, 6 meters away from him. So that's not so that's quite far, so he could afford not to take the tag in this.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Yes, so up next we have Giannis Clothnidis. There we go.
Giannis
Kotonidis. It sounds way better when you say it. From Greece, doing a 72-meter dive with an announced dive time of 3:05. He's been diving since December of 2018 and only competed once in January of 2020 in a pool where he did 200 meters dynamic bifins, which is quite good. That's, I think the world record in dynamic bifins is, ooh, never mind. I'm not gonna say what I think it is because I don't want to give bad information. But if you go to the AIDA International website, you can see, if you scroll down, you can see all of the records that have been set, both world records and national records, both for depth disciplines, pool disciplines, including static.
So Giannis Kotonidis is one of the top level freedivers in Greece. Yes, he made a lot of national record. He's a monofin specialist. So he's going to start now. And I met him in Amorgos some years ago, and he was already a very solid freediver. We can expect him to do a very strong dive. His previous, he's holding the record, the Greek record, with a 68-meter dive, so it's 4 meters more. You can assume that he probably trained this summer a lot.
Yeah, I imagine so.
To catch this record and make a new mark for it. So let's see how it can perform.
Yes. Yeah, he said he's done 75 meters this year in CNF during training, and his official PB is 68. So he's adding 4 meters, as we said, to his official PB. And this will also be a national record.
Falling down, he's holding his hand. I didn't see if he was going with a mask or why is he holding his. Okay. If he's trying to pinch his nose.
Yeah.
If he has a mask.
Giannis, turn around so we can see you.
We see only his back right now, but he's really streamlined. He's going down. Looks good. Okay. 70 reaching. Okay. He makes a small move at the end, which is a bit strange. Okay. He takes the tag. You see, as we were saying. Oh. Okay.
So we had.
We're not sure if he did not make a pull over the candy cane. We're gonna see that afterwards, but. Was a bit on the side. He made two movements, two
there were two movements,
and the second one was looking above the candy cane. Huh?
Yes.
So we'll see afterwards, and the judges will check if this is still okay or not.
And again, the judges will use the footage. I believe there is a camera down at the bottom.
Of course, there's a bottom cam.
There's a bottom cam, and then there's also the dive eye footage. So they will use that information to make a decision on what exactly happened.
35 meters, he looks strong, he's good. Would be a pity for him to get a red card because of this bottom turn, but of course that's the same rules for all.
Yep.
This is important to follow these rules.
Absolutely. Looking really nice and relaxed, having a nice strong glide. He mostly does his training in pools and then spends a few weeks transitioning from the pool to depth when a competition is coming up.
Okay, I don't know if he's drifting off. He doesn't have the perfect position along the line. As we could see, the previous divers were a bit more along the line.
It looks like there actually all of the safeties are moving with the current a little bit too. So
yeah, it might be possible. I feel like he's a bit far from the line, so he's a bit pulling the line away.
Yes.
He's a bit far. I don't know how he's looking. He's going surface. A bit too far. It's going to be hard for him to grab the line. Up. Okay.
Ooh, yep.
Too late.
Okay.
Okay. We don't see exactly. Okay.
Safety divers are supporting him, moving their nose clip, blowing across the face. Again, doing the blow tap talk. The first thing that comes back as you start to regain consciousness is your hearing. And so we do the talk part of blow tap talk and tell the diver to breathe, to remind them to do so. And they will start breathing as soon as you begin to hear that. Looking okay?
Looking okay, Giannis.
Yeah.
That's a pity. Didn't make it this time.
Yeah.
Okay, let's hope that he will be able to do it in the future. 72 meters is a very consistent and hard dive to do in constant no fins.
Yes.
Over the 70s for the men is already very big dives. So let's see what we can do in the future. And now we have a camera break. So for a while I'm going to bring up the cameras, check if everything is fine with the tags, put some new tags because of course a lot of them have been taken.
Yep.
We're gonna check that the bottom camera is still working, maybe going to change either the card, the data card, the SD card maybe,
Yep.
either the battery according to what's going on. And getting ready. It's also a small break for the safety because the safety, they are all the time in the water.
All the time.
And they're getting tired after a while, so they're
Yeah.
gonna drink a bit, eat something.
Yeah. Well, and they're getting here at like 6 in the morning some
That's
days.
true.
So they're in the water all day, and then the last one's off the boat because they're pulling up the lines, they're getting everything sorted for the next day. So once again, huge thank you to the safety team, doing an amazing job here. And really all the staff who are doing everything from judges to organizers, the people actually on the boat making sure things are running smoothly. Thanks to everybody.
That's true. I mean, these World Championships are working very fine on all the different sides. Safety team is really perfect. They're making a huge job, really securing all the athletes in a perfect manner, really.
Yeah.
The organization is very smooth. I mean, it's perfect. Of course, we have some constraints due to COVID. Of course,
Yep.
this is these times we are here, but the
Got an appetite, let's bake ourselves a treat. What you've been mixing, serve it up the way you please. I love the way you shake, you stir, you heat, you squeeze. So thick, push up and butter me.
So poke that, push that, shake that, smack that, mix that, help that, marinate that. We don't need a recipe.
Whip that cream, baby. Pour that sweet on me, baby. Shade up. We can cook up, we can stir up when we hook up, just you and me. With that cream, with that. Preheat this oven up like 5,000 degrees. It's almost ready, we've been craving this all week. Baby, you want it, I got it. I'm hooked on you like phonics. Gotta be honest, you're on it, and this ain't no time to be modest.
Poke that, push that, shake that, girl, take your last name, let's hyphenate that. We don't need a recipe.
Whip that cream, baby. Pour that sweet on me, baby. Shade up. We can cook up, we can stir up when we hook up, just you and me. With that cream, with that
Best Dive has more than 20 years of experience in developing and manufacturing wetsuits. We use 100% Yamamoto neoprene with exclusive material license in China. Freediving champion Jessie Liu is our global ambassador. We collaborate closely with international and domestic freediving events. In 2018, Best Dive was awarded the title of the most popular domestic brand by AIDA China. We offer a variety of styles and high-quality services. You are welcomed at Best Dive.
Russia.
Can we get numbers, please?
Okay, and here we go. As we were discussing earlier, we have nice strong arm pulls in the beginning to cut through the positive buoyancy.
How deep, number one? One, can I go one? Let's go first.
The last competition he did was in a mountain lake in Cherkakel in Russia, where the water temperature was 8 degrees at depth, but he still did a 58 meter constant weight no fins dive. It looks like he is holding on to his lanyard, or he's either right, I think he's right there, yeah. Very nice free fall, grabbing the tag, and he begins the ascent back to the surface. He prefers diving on a line versus diving on shipwrecks or on coral or doing fun dives because diving on a line allows him to explore himself, which is definitely true. I mean, when there are no other distractions around you and all you have is that line with the moving stripes on it, you're only there with yourself. There's nothing else to focus on. And you just completely are you in that moment. Looking strong. See, the pulls are getting few and far between, allowing himself to glide and use the positive buoyancy to get back up to the surface. He is okay. Looking good.
You have to show your tag first, though.
Yeah, there we go. Very nice. That's a white card. And that puts him in 4th place today, which I'm sure is not what he was expecting, but he has to feel really, really good about. His PB was 62, so coming in and doing 66 is amazing. So congratulations to him on that.
Dive number 6 on gauge number 2, and it's 237.
10 meters, yeah? 56, right?
Next up we have Afa Zhang of Taiwan. Afa is going to be doing a 58-meter dive, excuse me, with an announced dive time of 2:20. Sorry, I can hear Ilya in the background slapping the water, shouting and celebrating.
Wait. Go down, half meter down.
This is the 3rd time we've seen Afa. He also competed in the Bifins event and the free immersion event, wearing a very stylish looking wetsuit.
7, 8, 9. Exchange jump, Taiwan, 58 meters, dive time, 2:20.
That's okay.
In my constant quest to make sure that Afa gets more followers online, I also have to mention that he has participated in and choreographed a few YouTube music videos where he incorporates both dance but also underwater performances and acrobatics. Again, if you go to his Instagram account, you can follow him there and find all the links to all of his videos, which again should be getting way more views than what they currently have. Looking nice and relaxed with his head slightly tucked in, it looks like. Yep. Really nice relaxed position. There we go. Hitting the bottom. 1 pull, and then he's off. Again, in this event, you can give 1 pull on the candy cane, which is the striped area at the bottom of the line. But other than that, that is it. You can touch the line, but if you do any kind of pulling where you propel yourself with the help of the line, that is a disqualification. meeting with the safety, as we're all saying. He wanted to try a national record, which would be 62 meters in CNF. But again, with the conditions being what they were yesterday, when he had to make the announcement, I'm sure he was playing it safe and planning ahead for bad conditions. Again, noticing how he points his toes at the very end of the kick, keeping things nice and streamlined. Breathe, Afa. Breathe. Keep breathing. Oh, shoot. He's okay. He's okay. He's good. Again, like I said earlier, on a surface blackout like that, sometimes divers don't realize that they have blacked out. So you could see too that as he was beginning to regain, he's starting to not samba anymore. He tried to take his own mask off, and sometimes that'll happen if like a diver sort of regains and they just pick right back up again with their surface protocol, like nothing happened. See, it's totally fine. Probably a little grumpy, a little upset, but he'll be fine. And since it was on the surface, there's no risk to him. Should be fine to dive for constant weight. Obviously, I'm not his doctor, so I can't say that for sure. So just make sure you're checking back to see all the updates on the AIDA International website.
Just watch the numbers.
55.
Up next, we have David Mellor of UK doing a 56-meter dive with an announced dive time of 2:10. The other day, I said that David was a goalkeeper for his country. That was incorrect. I misread my notes. He was the goalkeeper for his county, not country. So that's a big whoopsie doodle on my part. Sorry, David. At the Triton Cup in Kalamata in July, he did 58 meters CNF. So again, this is just 2 meters shorter than that. But by now you all know people had to pick their times the night before. And really, if you ask me, it's always better to be conservative when you don't know the conditions you're jumping into right before you jump into them. If, for example, you're just going for some fun dives or you're diving on a line and you're not having to make announcements, you can make a decision in that moment. But with these divers having to make decisions the night before, conservative is the way to go, because you don't get points for red cards. David's looking nice and relaxed, coming down. Slaps the tag on his waist. And here he comes. One of David's first memories of holding his breath is in school, and he said that all the kids used to make fun of him for having skinny ribs and having his ribs showing when he would hold his breath. And then he showed them all by doing 50 meters under the pool, or under the water. and only came second to a boy who was a lot older than he was. So take that, all you naysayers. David's looking really nice. Grabbing up nice and high, doing his recovery breaths. Moving his goggles. Nose clip.
I'm okay.
I'm okay.
Woo.
Again, a diver has 15 seconds to complete their surface protocol, which includes removing any facial equipment, giving the okay sign, and saying I am okay verbally.
Only one, yeah.
Looking good. Smiling as he always is. And a white card.
Thank you. You guys are getting lucky for me, hey?
Very nice dive, David.
I'm gonna have to buy you a coffee or a beer or... Yeah, I'll have a little. Yeah. All right, thank you guys. Thanks.
Next up we have Dean Cipollina, also from Great Britain, doing an announced dive of 55 meters with an announced time of 2 minutes and 40 seconds. You can see his girlfriend and partner, Nicole Ensbo of Sweden. They're in the water with him, coaching. The two of them are in a musical duo called Coco Muse, which you can find all their music on their YouTube account, and if you are following Dean, he has a link tree on his. I believe they met at the AIDA World Championship in Nice in 2019 and have been hanging out, diving, being cute ever since. Dean strongly representing the Triton brand. Once again, huge shout out to open my umbrella again. Whew. There we go. Okay. There we go. Now we are good. Next up we have Dino Maxan of Croatia doing a 40-meter constant weight no fins dive with an announced dive time of 1:50. Dino's been diving for about 13 years. Started as a spearfisherman, even competed in some spearfishing events and competitions. I don't know if he is still competing in them, but he has clearly made the transition to doing at least both freediving and spearfishing. And here we go. Oh, what a cool shot of all the safeties and support staff up there. basically swimming all the way down, grabbing a tag, and coming right back up again. You can see he's getting you can see very closely on his neck, he's getting some contractions. That's very common for deep dives and especially for CNF, because you're working so hard, you're using a lot of oxygen, and in turn making a lot of CO2. Contractions and the urge to breathe come from a buildup of CO2, not from a lack of oxygen. And that's one of the things that divers will train. I'm okay. Looking nice and fresh. Yeah, very nice, easy dive. You can see the safeties all with their hands up. Got a white card, fantastic. The safeties all stand back, swim back. They float back with their hands up in order to be there in a moment's notice to catch the diver if they start to have a surface blackout. But also to make sure that there is no question that they are not supporting the athlete. Because again, as soon as one of the safeties or anyone touches the athlete, they are disqualified unless they have completed the whole dive, which ends at the awarding of a card. Next up we have Anastasia of Morocco, doing another 40-meter dive with an announced dive time of 1:40. Hello. Do you want to come join me?
A couple minutes?
Yeah, of course. Come on up. I'm being joined by David Meller, who just completed his 56-meter dive with a glorious white card.
Yeah, loved it. Yeah.
So how are the conditions down there?
Fine now.
Yeah?
I didn't feel any current.
Amazing.
Yeah, everyone was talking about it, but I didn't feel it, so
awesome.
All good. Yeah, I kept pulling and the line was still there, so
yeah,
keep going.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Very nice.
So you're doing a bit of overtime here, eh?
A little bit of overtime. A little bit,
yeah.
But I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
I'm here to talk, so I'm gonna talk.
They're getting their money's worth, I think. It's only right, eh?
Oh. Yeah.
Good. Who's diving?
Anas is diving now.
Oh, you can't see it hardly.
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
yeah.
There he is. Yeah.
Yes.
National record, yeah.
Yep, national record for Morocco. I was just gonna say he started diving when he was around 5. And he's always loved to be in the water, sort of just escaping into another world, so to speak.
Right. 5 years old, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's 24 now, so...
I was still not walking when I was 5.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm joking.
Okay. You're funny. Cool. Yeah, I know. I'm rooming with Anas, and man, he's always out going for walks, doing visualizations, or like getting his mind in the right state.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been working very hard.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of diving, isn't he?
He is. Yes.
Breaking a lot of national records.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's doing good. Maybe it suits rooming with you for him.
Maybe, yeah. It's all me. That's the reason why he's breaking all these national records.
We're all going to go wherever you go now. Like whatever competition you're at, we're all following you.
Oh, I mean that's a nice thing to hear. Okay, coming down, grabbing the tag.
Oh, he's got it already.
Yeah. Yeah, he announced 140 for this dive.
Yeah.
Obviously, the swim back takes a little bit longer than the free fall down.
Yeah.
But I mean, he's looking quite good.
Yeah, he is. Looks good.
And he's got a nice technique with the arms.
He's got a full, yeah, he finishes the arm pull all the way to the side.
Mm-hmm. Yep, points the toes.
Uh-huh.
Kicks the feet up to the butt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't really see if there's current here from this angle.
No.
Well, I didn't feel it, so...
Yeah, it was bad in the beginning of the day,
Yeah.
but it really came down. It's looking really nice now.
The warm-up lines were, you could... yeah, okay.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, so he was the right side of the line anyway.
Yep.
Hey!
There we go.
Woohoo!
Okay.
Looks good.
Yep, looks okay.
His head's slowly growing into that hood as well.
Yes.
The more records he gets, the bigger his head gets, and now it's going to be tight on him after.
Yeah, we should see a...
You got a tag?
We should see a white card here. There we go.
Cheer.
We hear the cheer. So, another white card for Anas. Very nicely done. That's a new national record for Morocco.
Mm-hmm. Good job.
Very nice, yeah. Yeah, Anas is one of 6 divers that have announced 40 meters.
Ah.
So we're
Oh,
1/3 of the way.
Michael's next.
Yes.
Yeah.
Michael Filinis of Brazil.
You know him?
I've met him a few times.
Yeah.
We chatted a little bit.
Uh-huh. Super nice guy, huh?
So nice.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
He's really flexible. He's a yoga, I think a yoga instructor as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh man, I can't touch my toes.
Nor can I.
Really?
Yeah, seriously,
Amazing.
I can't. Yeah.
Okay, well, for anyone out there who can't touch your toes and have been worried that you can't free dive
Yeah.
because of it,
I grow my toenails just.
Dive 7 on pizza.
oh my gosh.
1 minute 30.
No, he's super flexible. He's done a lot deeper than this before as well. So
Yes, yeah, he's achieved a bunch of Brazilian national records as well.
Yeah.
I think he's more just here to sort of hang out, hang
Yeah,
out with
I
old
think-
friends and
yeah.
do some fun dives.
Exactly. Yeah. Why not?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. We need to make sure at some point to change his name on the prompt thing so it doesn't include a 2 at the end.
Right. Okay.
Michelle Filinis 2.
Oh yeah. It's like the American names where they have.
Oh, the second?
Yeah.
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 Where you going?
Michelle also does triathlons and open water swimming
When I
races,
give you the game,
which,
you end up...
Ah, really?
yeah.
Okay.
My dad used to do a lot of triathlons, and it takes so much training to, between all 3 of the disciplines of running, swimming, and biking.
Exactly. Yeah.
And, having the right setup and having, being able to jump out of your wetsuit as quickly as you can to
Yeah.
jump on your bike. And
I mean, the bike's a big difference now as well, isn't it? I think back in the days it probably was more down to the athlete, not taking away anything from the athletes, but
Totally.
Bikes make a big difference now, don't they?
They really do, yeah. Well, I mean, it's like, it's the difference between diving with plastic fins versus carbon fiber or fiberglass. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you can use
Yeah.
a plastic pair of fins to do a comp, but
Yeah.
you're gonna get a lot more bang for your buck if you're using
Yeah.
carbon fiber or fiberglass.
Here he goes.
Yeah. Nice pulls. Yeah, the current has completely come off now.
Yeah.
Yeah, hitting free fall already at around 20.
Is that the angle of the camera that makes him look he's leaning back? Or?
Yeah, I think it's mostly the angle of the camera. Maybe a little bit, but it's straightening out.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to see, eh?
Yeah, there's a little bit of a glare on the screen.
Yeah.
Right, line is
Actually move the screen a little bit closer.
How long before the second
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
He looks relaxed.
Yeah, really relaxed. Meeting the safety. Safety 2. Shaking his left leg a little bit there. Could be trying to shake out some of the lactic.
Yeah.
Because this discipline definitely does give you some burn on the legs.
Yeah, I had a little bit.
Okay. Doing his recovery breathing.
There he goes.
I'm okay. Presenting the tag.
Looking sexy with it in his mouth.
Looking sexy with it in his mouth. Yeah, and only 2 seconds off of his announced time.
Oh.
So very nice. And a white card. Just what we like to see. Fantastic.
138. That's reasonably quick,
Yeah.
Yeah.
A very nice dive. Getting a little bit of movement up here. Here we go.
I get a little bit of motion sickness when it's like this.
Do you?
Yeah.
Oh, this is probably... This might actually be from that boat that just blew past over there.
Yeah, true.
Oh boy. That's wicked rude.
Lifetime 157.
So we got next?
Let's see, up now we have Young-Soo Kang of South Korea. Doing another 40-meter dive with an announced dive time of 150, so 10 seconds faster.
Oh, and then we got Luca.
And then Luca up next, yes.
The guy with Tourette's.
Yes, my lovely guest who dropped 2 F-bombs and 1 S-bomb.
He didn't, did he?
Within like 30 seconds, yes.
What, here coming up here?
Yeah.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, naughty boy.
I know. But we give him a hard time for it, and we've all moved on.
So if you see him coming up these steps,
No. Yeah. Cool.
What do we know about Young-Soo?
Not much. He has not completed the questionnaire that I sent out to all the divers, unfortunately.
Okay.
I do remember he is one of the divers that likes to balance on 2 noodles, like going down his spine, versus having one noodle on his neck and then one noodle like around his waist.
Yeah. Okay.
I suppose that does provide a bit more support for the entire body versus having the neck sort of like pulled up and the sort of having your butt scooched down into the water. But everyone's different. Everyone has a preference, and pool noodles are so versatile that you can make just about anything with them.
Yeah, but this one's no good for advertising, right?
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Until he turns over.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe
they should have like a little flag that springs up with the brand right across it.
There we go. Yeah. I've been saying, like, basically pleading with the people watching to connect with me about ideas for branded pool noodles and flotation devices for freedivers.
Yeah.
Because I mean, we've got the branding for wetsuits, with Best Dive, Double K, all the rest of the things. We've got the nose clips. We've got
we were using tennis balls and now they're not, right? So
right. Yeah, Octopus provided a bunch of bottom stoppers to replace all the tennis balls that we usually use. The final frontier is noodles.
There's nothing else left, right?
Yeah, there's nothing else.
Everything now is built for purpose.
Exactly.
Professional sport now, see.
So I don't know if you know any investors who want to make some amazing money off of my amazing ideas.
Yeah,
you should.
It's maybe pitch to Dragon's Den. Do you have that in South Africa?
I don't.
No. Okay. That's,
Dragon's Den, Shark Tank.
Oh, probably the same thing.
Yeah. Okay, let's talk about this dive.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. Yeah, looking, again, really nice and relaxed. Yeah, there have been a lot of divers who have been doing a little kick to get down at the bottom.
Right.
There's sort of this urge to get down.
Yeah. I hope I didn't do that, but
I can't recall if you did.
Maybe it's like at the end of their EQ, and they think, right, I'll just do one quick kick to get there quickly.
Yeah.
But he's doing like a little Alexei.
Yeah, the little little dolphin kick at the end.
Yeah. Pointless me doing that.
Oh yeah.
It's like a cardboard.
Cardboard flopping in the wind.
Yeah, you'll see in my monofin dive. I'm kind of hoping dive eye cuts out on that one.
And we'll see if we can sabotage the footage for you. Yeah, looking really nice and relaxed.
Here he is at the top. Stay high.
Yeah, nose clip
keep
off.
High,
keep high.
Yeah,
keep high. He's okay.
Ooh, okay.
Oh,
That's a wave, but I mean...
That's a wave,
you
but...
give the judges something to think about.
Yes, yeah, the judges will disqualify you if your airways dip below the water. If you can show that it was a wave and not you actually dipping, there we go. I want to see high grabs on the line because otherwise anything else makes me really nervous for the diver.
Yeah, he's got a white card.
We got a white card. The judges did see that it was just little waves, not him actually dipping.
Yeah.
But you're absolutely right, especially in a situation where you're doing a deeper dive and you might be coming up a little hypoxic on the surface. You don't want to give the judges anything to potentially disqualify you.
No, exactly.
Yeah, it makes me so nervous when divers don't grab high on the line.
Yeah.
I mean, again, everyone's different.
Yeah,
Everyone can do they can do what they want. I'm just up here talking.
Yeah.
I'm not going to try and tell you guys how to dive, but.
No, but I think it's the sort of thing you do once, you get a red card for it, you never do it again.
And you never do it again. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Let's see. David, what's a question for you that I can ask you?
Oh my word. Oh yeah, we have to correct. I got a lot of stick, by the way, for the goalkeeper thing.
I did say that it was for the county, not the country.
It was a county,
Yes.
Yeah.
So I did make sure that I corrected that.
Thank you.
What else did I get wrong? I think I said...
the fluid goggles
yes.
the hectometers, but I think you explained that now, yeah?
I would actually love if you could explain the difference between fluid-filled and hectometers.
Well, hectometers have got like a thinner membrane on the inside, so it's like double-skinned, whereas fluid goggles you just fill with water.
Okay.
And then the hectos have got a little, like a little hole in the front of the lens. So as you dive down, the water goes in between the lens and the membrane.
And that membrane. So the water's not actually getting into the goggle itself, but it is the airspace is still being
taken up by the membrane. Yeah, the water volume, but the membrane is what's closing around your eye.
Okay.
Closing down the eye space.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Clever, very clever.
Very clever.
Hopefully, I mean, so many people are asking all the time about them because they stopped making them. But I think there's definitely a demand if he decides to start going into production again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Along with the noodles that he's.
Yes, those noodles that we need to. Yeah. We need to get on that.
Hecto noodles.
Hecto noodles. Perfect. They have a thin membrane on the inside.
Yeah. Okay.
Amazing. Okay, so we have Luca Malaguti of Canada.
Yeah. Let's watch Luca.
Yes.
4, 3, 2, 1. Official top.
The biggest part of his training has been the mental aspects of things. Which, I mean, again, is such a huge component of freediving. What we do. If your mind's not right,
oh, for sure,
you're not going to have a great dive.
Yeah. Any little thing that you have going on in your mind will come out on the dive.
Yeah.
He's probably thinking about the swear words that he's saying now, and if he early turns, it's going to be the reason. Let's hope he doesn't.
Let's hope he doesn't.
We're
Yeah.
not jinxing his dive.
Yeah. Let's. White cards across the board. Yeah, looking nice and relaxed.
Yeah, we're going to free fall now at 27. Yeah.
Probably a little bit earlier. But yeah, looking really good.
Yeah.
Got his mouth fill.
It looks full.
Yeah. Coming off the line maybe a little bit.
Yeah, I could put his pelvis forward a little bit.
Yeah.
He's there already.
Whoop.
Ooh, yeah.
Looks like a little too relaxed.
Mm-hmm.
Surprisingly common.
Yeah, well, it's a good thing in a way. Yeah? But I mean, like, you have an alarm, so maybe you hear it, ignore it.
Right,
and,
yeah.
Before you know it, yeah. I like it though, it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah. Does she need me to, oh, okay, I better leave you.
Cool, no worries.
Okay, see you,
Cool.
Brendan.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining me.
No worries.
Cool. Here he comes. Again, noticing the full motion, flick of the wrist at the end, pointing the toes, coming up, grabbing nice and high, nose clip off, I'm okay. Wearing Alchemy's new neck weight that I don't believe is out yet. It's got the tag. White card. Heck yeah, Luca. Very nice. Again, as you can see, the divers, safety divers, are removing the official dive watch that they use to track all of the depths of all the divers, and that is what is used to tabulate the final depth scores. Wind is picking up a little bit here, so we're getting a little bit of surface movement, but as we can see now, the conditions and current are getting much better. Next up we have Tommy Passanen of Finland. Announced 40 meters with an announced dive time of 1:45. This dive is 2 meters deeper than his personal best. His personal best is 38 meters, constant weight, no fins. So he's got to be a little excited about that. The last competition he competed in was the Freediving Finnish Open in 2019, which was a pool competition where he did a national record with dynamic bifins of 154 meters, dynamic no fins of 107 meters, and a static record or a static attempt of 533. A good lesson to learn from Tommy, from looking at his results, is that he never actually stopped on the wall. In dynamic pool disciplines, I personally believe it's much harder than depth, because every 25 meters you're getting to a wall, and it's very easy to be like, okay, well, I'm at the wall, and you have to mentally sort of push yourself through to continue the dive. And what we can see from Tommy's 154 and 107 is that he never stopped on the wall. He always did a turn. And that's one of the most important things that you can do, unless you're like done, then obviously come up on the wall, but always do the turn. Looking nice and relaxed here.
45 seconds.
Ooh, looks like a little bit of a pull there. touching down. Really fast movements there. Coming back up. He's got the kick with the dolphin kick in there. Coming up nice and strong. Coming up nice and high on the line. He's okay. He's got the tag. Joking with the judges. We got a white card. Fantastic. He was saying that with his life as a freediver, some of the effects of freediving on his life are better sleep, healthier diet, less alcohol, and less stress, which is, I think, pretty accurate. I mean, obviously, doing lots of training will tire you out. If you're working on your physical fitness, generally it's easier to sort of make healthier food decisions as well. And the less stress part, I think, definitely comes from the fact that we need, as freedivers, we need to have a strong mental resilience, mental strength, and that can come in a variety of ways, from making sure that our boundaries are being taken care of. We are taking time to self-reflect, that sort of stuff. Next up we have Christian Mäki-Josila of Finland, doing a 36-meter constant weight no fins dive with an announced dive time of 1:40. Again, he's a 2 times national record holder. He holds the dynamic no fins record and the dynamic bifins record in Finland. Started freediving by spearfishing, and then in 2012 he did his first freediving course. Very used to doing a lot of diving in cold water. And there we can see Henrietta, his partner, recording, pulling the noodles away. As we've seen, sometimes the noodles can get tangled either in the lanyard, or sometimes we can also see hopefully we don't see this, but it's also possible to see a noodle get stuck in a monofin between the diver's legs. So they'll bring the pool noodle down with them in that way.
30 seconds.
Okay. Nice and relaxed. Hitting free fall. A little. Swimming back to the line. turn with a pull, and here he comes.
I see him all the way down.
1 minute dive time.
He does a lot of depth training in quarries in Finland and has a dream of doing a 160 meter long tunnel between 2 quarries in Finland and doing that dive, which, hoo-wee, sounds intense. But he has the experience and he has the time to train, so as long as you're having fun, doing it safely, and setting yourself interesting goals, no harm, no foul. Got the OK sign. Looking nice and fresh. Got the tag. White card. Very nice. Congratulations, Christian. You can see he has his dive computer attached to the back of his neck weight. Divers dive with dive alarms on for different depths to either charge their mouth fill or to know that the bottom plate is coming up so they can sort of get ready for it. And if it's on your wrist, sometimes you can't always hear it, or if you're too relaxed, you might miss it. So a lot of divers will either put it on their neck weight or in their hood next to their ear. So if you see a lot of divers have big, like, weird buttons on their heads, that is their dive computer. Next up, we have Nicolas of France doing a 30-meter dive with an announced dive time of 1:30.
Yeah, 30 meters.
Stop. A little bit up. Okay.
He has a personal best in free immersion of 90 meters and a personal best in constant weight of 85 meters. So it's probably not his favorite discipline, but it's really awesome to, even though it's not his best or not his favorite, it's still great to sort of have athletes come, get on the dive line, experience what it's like to have as many chances as possible in front of judges, and in a way, you might even be able to consider this a little bit of mental training, because it's nearly impossible to replicate the tension, the stress, the environment of a competition unless you're actually in a competition. And as you get experience with that, you obviously get more used to it, and it's one less thing that you sort of have to worry about in your mental techniques.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
He says 70% of his training is dry training.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
A lot of EQ,
15 seconds.
a lot of visualizations. Nice free fall. Oh, nope, not yet. Getting a little bit more pull. Coming down, touching down. Reaching down to grab a tag. Twisting out his neck. Taking his time to come up. Here we go. One of his goals during this competition is to gain confidence.
1 minute.
I think that sort of goes back to what I was saying just now about coming out on the dive line, doing some dives.
1:15.
Turning to face the boat where the judges are.
I am okay.
He's okay. Looking totally fine. Yeah, very nice easy dive for Nicolas.
I can see you. I just realized I did ask you and I never said yes. White card.
White card, as we all expected.
Oh, I keep it.
Very nice dive.
I can keep it.
Can I keep a noodle there?
There's also something to be said too for just having good relaxed dives, getting white cards, all progress towards, you know, feeling good.
It's an edit, I can.
29.8.
Okay, we have 3 more divers doing no fins. Then we have 1 person doing constant weight bifins from the previous bifins day that was postponed. And then we have some women who are going to be doing free immersion who were unable to finish yesterday. So definitely not done yet, but nearly finished with the no fins, or yeah, the no fins dives.
The number of the line, the number of the computers.
There we see Alex, president of AIDA, also a competitor here. Judges area. You can also see that round disc there is is what dive eye is attached to.
You can go with this one.
Next up, we have Zida Ko, or Michael Ko from Taiwan, doing a 30-meter dive with an announced dive time of 1:30. Michael is coming off a series of unfortunate blackouts, both during the pre-comp and during the bifins day.
Thank you. Check stuff.
He protested the decision of the judges to not allow him to dive, and he won that protest. He got approval from the doctor to come dive, and he's doing a 30-meter dive, which is well within his limits. During the training before the pre-comp, he was hitting 70, 80 meters, not in constant weight no fins, but in all the other disciplines. And he instead just wants to take the rest of the competition to relax, enjoy some nice dives, and basically come off with a positive feeling from the competition. Okay, here he goes. Looking really nice and relaxed. I know he's wanted to dive basically since he was told not to. So this must feel really good to be back in the water, even though it's a shallower dive than what he can do. I'm sure he's really excited to just be back in the water again. Oh. Touchdown, selecting a tag. Giving a smile. Here he comes. Making that eye contact with the dive eye. Looking really relaxed. Grabbing up nice and high on the line. Gear off. He's okay. Feeling good. Waiting for the sign from the judges. And a white card. There we go. There we go. Everyone quite happy. I'm quite happy. I'm sure he's quite happy. Yeah, as I was saying, he wants to finish off the competition with some nice, easy dives with white cards. And then once he's done, he's going back home and he's going to really start working on some training. And really hammer out some awesome training tables and all that stuff. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you.
How are you?
All good, and you?
Good, very
It's
good.
always wet, this chair.
Yes, that is where the divers sit. Cool. I'm joined with Roberto.
Hi guys.
One of the safety team. Yeah. Much better day than yesterday?
Yeah, we started with a little bit of current, but now it's over.
Yes,
And
yeah.
Yeah, and the divers are doing their dives with no problems, enjoying
Yes.
them.
Yeah, looking really, really nice.
Very smooth now.
Very smooth.
Thanks God.
Yes, yeah.
Very smooth. Yeah.
Yes, amazing. Conditions have really improved. Yeah, and as I was saying, 2 more dives in constant weight no fins.
Who's
Then,
diving now?
sorry?
Who's diving now?
Next up we have Sydney.
Sydney, yeah, okay, from France.
From France, yes. Doing a 30-meter dive with an announced dive time of 1:05. Had a few chances to hang out with Sydney. Super nice guy.
Yes, very nice guy.
Yeah, lots of fun to hang out with for sure.
Yeah, like all the people, very, very nice guys.
Yeah.
It's the biggest team here, right?
I believe they have 18. I think
18.
next is Croatia and then Russia, although I'm not sure on that.
Yeah, but I see a lot of polo t-shirt.
Yes,
brands
yes,
around.
lots of French
Yeah.
polo t-shirts. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, another cool shot with the dive eye. Yeah, the water is so nice and clear.
Yeah, also warm.
Is it warm?
Yeah, 26 degrees.
That's what I like
It's
to hear.
good conditions for the dive.
Yeah. Sydney used to hold the national record, the AIDA national record in free immersion back in 2007, which he set at 70 meters. But this is his first World Championship competition.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I met Sydney in Sharm el Sheikh. He came to Sharm to compete last year. What I was doing, I was doing safety next to where I live. I live in the hub.
Yeah.
He was diving with this particular lanyard. He's the only diver diving with the lanyard attached to the chest, as you can see, guys.
Oh.
He uses this lanyard also for free immersion
yeah, I
and constant
see.
weight discipline. It's different than the others, and it's safe. Actually, it's allowed by the judges. So it was, I believe, his invention, and it's been accepted.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Touchdown coming up.
Yeah, speaking of lanyards and being accepted, before the competition, all the athletes needed to submit their lanyards to the judges for inspection.
Exactly.
And there were some lanyards that were not accepted.
Oh yeah?
I think so.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, purpose with the lanyards is to make sure the divers are safe. They're attached to the line. And if a counterweight needs to be dropped, they can be recovered as quickly as possible for medical attention. So obviously we want those lanyards to be working in tip-top shape.
Yeah.
Sydney looking totally fine, removing the nose clip.
I believe it's a conservative dive for him.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
He's okay. The awkward wait where everybody stares at each other.
And he got
and the white card. Very nice, Sydney. Great job. Whew. Yeah. Let's see. Let me move this paper here so I can also take a look at who's coming. Yes, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 women divers and 8. We have 9 more divers left to dive today. Yes, there we go. So again, as I said, a lot of these divers after Andrei are doing makeup dives from the 2 days where we had to postpone.
Yeah, yesterday conditions were not so good.
They were not so good.
At the end, we had to cancel.
Yes, yeah, we canceled the rest of the day's events in order to make sure that safety of the divers were being taken into. They were paramount, and yeah, we canceled with I think more than 2/3 of the dives uncompleted.
Yeah.
So divers will either be making that up either today, over the next 2 days. Probably not the women's constant weight day, because a lot of the women will be wanting to do that instead.
Yeah.
But we do have the one makeup day on September 30th that anyone who has not gone yet that was approved by the judges to go again will use. Next up we have Andrei of Croatia, doing a 25-meter dive with announced dive time of 1:20.
With the amazing visibility that we have here, the safeties can see him from the surface.
Yes, which is
of course,
really...
They will go down anyway.
They will go down anyway.
Safety, but the visibility here is amazing.
Yes, yeah, the visibility has just been incredible.
Yesterday was up to 40, despite the bad conditions.
It was up
in
to
the water.
40.
Yesterday, from 40, we could see the bottom plate.
Oh my gosh, that's phenomenal.
Yeah.
I mean, again, I dive in South Africa most of the time, where if you're lucky, the visibility is 10 to 15 meters.
Yeah.
I have dived in the ocean where you cannot see the tip of your fin.
Okay.
But as I always say, you know, if you can't see, you know, the tip of your fin, just get closer to the rocks, and you'll find a whole world there as well.
Of course.
Nudibranch, all kinds of little shrimp and little sea critters.
Yeah,
So
it
maybe
must be very interesting diving in these places.
it's very cool. Yeah, I love it.
And he started.
Yep, here we go. Let's see. Kick looks good. Trying to get his ankles and his shins to his, or sorry, not his shins, his heels to his butt as close as he can. A nice snap.
Yeah. No need to free fall for this depth. Choosing carefully the tug that he prefers.
The one
And
pull.
going up.
Here he goes. Shove it in there. Make sure you don't lose it. It looks like he's using a bit more of the normal breaststroke style.
Yeah.
Shorter movements.
Yeah, he has a very high frequency and no gliding.
Yeah. If I recall, though, this is his first competition.
Okay.
I think he's... Oop, there we go.
And he's up.
Up nice and high. He's okay. I mean, and the cool thing with freediving is that there's so many things that you can tweak on your technique. I mean, there's always something that you could do better, something that you could streamline a bit more. Even the best divers in the world have things that they're constantly working on.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's always an exploration of what you can do differently to improve not only your physical technique, but your mental technique, everything.
The dive eye is a big tool for the divers to watch the whole month, correct the body position in the free fall technique.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, here we go, white card. Divers don't have the opportunity. I mean, they can, if they do something on RV or FRC, they can get to a free fall, they can, watch their technique like that, but to actually have the full experience of the full dive and having recording and footage of that is very, very rare. You only get that with Dive Eye.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, having that footage is really, really awesome.
Discussing with other divers as well, it's a very important way also to discover new things. Like Alexei, I remember in vertical blue this year, he started doing this monofin kicks while I was doing CNF.
Yes, yeah.
And I saw some divers now doing the same.
Yeah.
Maybe, okay, let's try. Maybe it works. Maybe it feels easier if I do it as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Stealing things, tricks from other divers, it's also nice.
It is
play around.
It is how the world works.
Exactly.
Okay, so we are now. So that's the end of constant weight no fins for today. Sorry, no, that's not true. Sorry, that's the end for constant weight men's. Now we have one bifins, Jordan Leia Alvarez of Cuba. He's doing a 76-meter dive with an announced dive time of 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And this will be a national record for Cuba. I think he was scheduled to go yesterday as well. So he was supposed to make up this dive yesterday, and then it got canceled again.
Okay.
So he's been waiting to do this dive literally. He's been ready to go for this dive for 3 days now. This is his third day. So he's in the water now, and he's gonna do it. He lives in Luxembourg, but is diving for Cuba. And he, let's see, his last competition was in 2019 at the AIDA World Championships, where he did a national record of 75 meters constant weight. And you can see sitting on his pool noodle, getting ready. Considers himself a slow and relaxed diver. So hopefully we'll see a little bit of that here. Again, divers have 30 seconds after the official top to begin their dive. Here we go.
76 meters. Dive time 2 minutes 30 seconds. Constant weight. No.
For anybody who hasn't seen yet, this is the constant weight bifins discipline. So using 2 fins to kick your way down. You are allowed 1 pull at the bottom on the candy cane, and only in the candy cane. And then
still kicking, but slowly reducing.
Yep, slowly reducing.
And free falling.
And in free fall, yeah.
Oh yeah.
45 seconds.
Now it seems to be ready just to free fall. Still at the bottom.
Yeah. You can
Very
see
nice position.
Yeah, his chin is tucked in a little bit, arms in, thumbs are on his thighs, keeping everything nice and tight.
Up.
Oop, we got an early turn. He'll move to a streamlined position.
Most probably an equalization problem for Jordan.
Yeah. Yeah, again, I mean, equalization is such a interesting thing to sort of work on.
It is.
It's because it's such you're making such small movements with muscles and things that you don't normally have a lot of control over.
Exactly. This is the thing.
Yeah. I mean, if you pump too hard, you can risk losing the mouthfill. If you pump too little, you risk not actually equalizing and missing an equalization, and then the next one is subsequently harder.
Yeah, the most common problem is swallowing the mouthfeel, for example, which happens when the diver, let's say, is not relaxed enough, as you were saying, applies too much pressure in his oral cavity, and then this makes you lose all the air that you have in your mouth, and you are not able to go anymore.
Right.
Bringing up air at this stage, around 65, is going to be pretty hard.
Really, really hard, yeah. Yeah, because all the air wants to rush it wants to equalize the pressures out, and so with the really intense pressure in your lungs versus the positive pressure in your mouth, that air just gets sucked down.
Exactly. If you lose the control of the glottis, or if you tense up your abdominal muscles involuntarily, this makes you swallow the mouthfeel.
Yep. So we have a yellow card, so that will mean that some of the points will count for the dive, but unfortunately, was unable to complete the national record attempt. Still a really nice dive though, looks really relaxed, and sometimes rather just enjoying the dive is great.
Turning early, it's always the earlier than bottom plate. If you cannot equalize, it's always the wisest decision that the divers can take. So.
Yes, exactly. I mean, yeah, rather than risking some kind of pressure-related injury or some sort of eardrum perforation, turn early, relax, and dive another day.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And work on equalization and dry.
And work dry with your equalization. Yes.
Yeah. There are many exercises in dry that divers can do to improve, because of course during the dive you just have 2 minutes to work with your equalization, but in dry you can use the same muscles, the same parts of your body to gain control and to understand better what you need to do underwater.
Exactly, and that's actually something I need to start working more on. Yeah, I got an EQ tool from Sergi.
Okay.
Sergi Zykov.
Nice. The balloon.
Yes, the balloon.
Oh.
Yeah,
It's one of my favorite tools. I use it a lot with my students. It's very interesting to play with it, to gain control of the soft palate, to gain control of your glottis, of the lobes.
Absolutely.
Many things.
Yeah. Next up we have Sanda Delia of Croatia, doing a 56-meter dive, and we are back to CNF. So what we saw all beginning during the men's, we're back to that now. Looks like Vera Gianpietro is in the water with her, coaching.
She's coaching her.
Yep. Divers are allowed to have a coach in them with the water, or with them in the water. There we go. To relay what the judges are saying. So you heard her counting down with the judges for the official top. And here she goes.
Right on time.
Ooh, nice duck dive.
Yeah.
Okay, here she goes. Announced 55 meters and this is a national record for Sanda. Her last competition was in November of 2020 in Sharm, where she won first place overall and did 4 national records, both, let's see, so free immersion, she set a new national record of 80, constant weight bifins, 65, oh, she wrote this down wrong. She wrote constant weight bifins twice, either 65 or 70, so I assume one of those is constant weight no fins.
No, probably she dove twice in bifins. She broke
Oh,
the record in yeah, I was there doing safety
Okay.
also in this competition. She
Okay,
broke the
nice.
record twice, if I'm not wrong.
Oh, okay. Oh, amazing. And then she also did 65 constant weight monofin.
She got
Okay,
attacked,
there she goes.
placing it into her hood,
Okay, so we got a pull
and up.
and back up.
Yeah, that competition in Sharm was open, so you could have announced any discipline you wanted.
Any
It's
number
not
of
like
times.
here that you have to do one discipline
Yes,
per day.
okay. Awesome. Yeah, she says freediving has definitely become a lifestyle for her, doing lots of stretching for mobility, muscle reinforcement, diet has been changed, meditation, mental training. Basically everything has revolved around training for her. And looking nice and strong. Safety divers all around her. When you are the primary safety or the first safety, what exactly are you looking for on a diver?
You are looking for technique. If it changes, if the diver still looks good, you're gonna look for the airways. If there is any big amount of bubbles going out from the diver, if the diver is stopping, of course, it's a sign that he lost control of his hypoxic and he lost completely control of his body. And you have to be ready to close the airways and bring the diver up to the surface together with the help of the second safety diver, which is going to push from the hips.
Absolutely. Awesome. Sandra's looking good. She announced 2:30 and we got a 2:40 time. So pretty close.
Yeah.
Looking totally fine though.
She's happy.
She's happy. Got a tag and a national record for Croatia. Very nice. Great job, Sandra.
Brava.
Again.
Another thing that can happen underwater is that the diver asks for help, like happened yesterday with Cassandra.
with
do you
Cassandra,
remember?
yes.
So we have to also to be focused and check if the diver is giving us any sign, which can be like shaking the head or making this sign in the throat,
Yes.
like I cannot anymore, just give me a lift.
Right, yeah. And we discussed that during the pre-comp meeting of if a diver ever needs assistance, they should do this motion and the diver will, or a safety will help them up.
Just to be agreed before, to
Yes.
be everybody on the same page.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's good to have that stuff in place, rather than having, you know, whatever sign you sort of want. Having
Of
that
course.
universal sign is really great.
That's why sometimes divers, they also like to joke underwater. They give us some signs when they see the safeties. This is something that I personally don't like. It can be confusing.
Yeah.
So if you don't want to risk to be grabbed and go up,
Right.
just do your dive and then celebrate on the surface.
Exactly, because as soon as a safety touches the diver, it's a disqualification for the
Yeah,
diver.
it's a red card.
Yep. Yeah, so...
Unless it's considered a non-supportive touch.
Okay.
But this is the judge's decision. It's always tricky.
Yeah. Up next we have Ruth Osborne of the UK, doing a 54-meter dive with an announced dive time of 2:30. Ruth was supposed to go at 9:50 yesterday.
Okay.
But because of the cancellation, was unable to. And I was chatting with her the previous night before her dive was supposed to happen, and she was like, "Oh, I'm diving at 9:50. It's cowboy time." And I was like, "What? I've never heard of cowboy
What's
time before."
Cowboy time?
And she was like, "Yeah, it's cowboy time. You know, it's 10 to 10." 10 to 10, 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 10 to 10. And we looked it up, and that's cowboy time.
Okay.
And then we spent literally 5 minutes just laughing about
and singing the 10 to
and
10.
singing the song.
She's in her free fall, very, very nice position.
Yeah, looking really nice and relaxed.
Yeah. Last 4 meters of equalization. Come on, Ruth.
Yeah.
And she's there.
Nice and easy.
She also lives in the hub. We've been training together many times. She's coming up smiley.
Yeah.
She's a swimming coach, so
a lot of experience.
You can see also her nice technique.
Yes. Yeah, the sort of keyhole arm movement, flicking the wrist at the end.
Nice
and
kick.
Yeah, and toes nice and pointed. Heels up to the butt.
Yeah.
And I would say not so hard as to like lose relaxation. Like you can really crank your feet all the way up and your arms up really fast. But Ruth is going nice and relaxed.
Yeah.
And again, as I've said it quite a few times, like divers have their own preference over speed and getting a bit more hypoxic or relaxation and having a longer dive time.
Exactly. Everybody finds his own balance, the right balance. Some people prefer to push more and be faster. Some others, they trust more their breath hold and also their technique, because Ruth, even though she looked very relaxed, she was moving with a good speed. She was not stuck at depth.
Absolutely. And this is actually a personal best attempt for her.
Big breath.
Breathe, Ruth. Breathe. Keep breathing. Keep breathing.
Higher, and she was.
Oh, shoot. Oh, so close, Ruth. Smiling. Oh, yeah.
The recovery breathing.
So important.
This is what she did wrong.
Yeah. It blows my mind how just a few really good recovery breaths can mean the difference between a LMC on the surface and having a white card.
Exactly. Because she looked good during the whole way up.
The whole way up.
She never looked hypoxic or like losing technique.
No, and it was only on the surface once she exhaled.
Yeah. She should have done more aggressive recovery.
More aggressive recovery breathing.
She's a very gentle.
She's so gentle, so sweet.
With
gentle with the recovery. Got to be aggressive about the recovery.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. But really amazing dive. Looked really lovely the whole way. And again, David, who we just had up here with us, joking, laughing, as he does. Oh, but yeah, Ruth is totally fine.
She's okay.
Yeah.
It was very mild.
Yeah, very mild.
For a second.
Yes. Okay, up next we have Olga Davidova of Russia, doing a 54-meter dive, announced dive time of 2:50, so slower than Ruth.
Yeah.
But same depth. Have her coach relaying the official top time to her. Her PB in CNF is 60, so she's doing a little bit shallower.
I was her safety in the hub when she did this dive. 60 meters no fins, I remember, 3 minutes dive time.
3 minutes dive time?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, just 10 seconds more than this.
Yeah.
It was a very strong dive and she looked pretty solid and fresh. Let's see how it goes.
I mean, with the divers having to announce their time.
She started the free fall almost.
Ooh. That movement on the line is making me a little nervous. And the judges are looking for any kind of pulling motion.
She's having a little bit of problems with the body position.
Yeah.
Going a little bit horizontal.
Oh, there we go.
Now she looks
There we go.
straight.
And moving the hips forward a little bit.
Relaxing the legs is also a very important part of the job in the free fall.
There we go. Looking nice and relaxed. We can see a little bit of air in her cheeks for her mouth fill. Tag. Turn. And here she comes. And you see nice, strong pulls and kicks in the beginning.
As we can see, technique is different. She's having a motion more to the front.
Yes, more to the front. Yeah, again, the goal with CNF is to try and catch as much water in the first part of the pull. The first part of the pull, there we go. And then make yourself as streamlined as possible in the second part to ride that pull as much as you can. She was doing a lot of preparation for this comp and then ended up getting sick, and so she had to take a little bit of time off. So she was saying that now she's sort of just here to accept the training that she has already had and just do as good of a dive as she can with the training that she had completed, which is really exactly right. You shouldn't try and push past just because you're at a competition.
Exactly. Always respect the limits, go back home with white cards and have fun.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, okay.
Give the side.
Oh.
Also in this case, breathing properly would have made a difference.
Yes, the intense recovery,
Yeah.
the strong recovery breaths at the top. Because the thing is if you exhale all the air out of your lungs before if you do any recovery kind of breathing, that drops the oxygen saturation in your lungs, which can actually make you black out even if you were fine on the surface.
Yeah. And we have to keep in mind that we have 15 seconds to give the okay signs to the judges. So being in rush and performing the protocol super fast is not always the wisest decision.
Right. It's not always worth it.
No.
Yeah, using the full 15 seconds is a really strong way to sort of plan the thing.
Yeah, we start teaching the recovery breathing in the AIDA 2, saying even if you don't feel like you don't need, do it.
Always
it a
do
habit.
it.
Make it
Yes.
a habit so that whenever you come up from a more demanding dive, you will do it without even thinking about it.
That's what I always teach
but
as
of
well.
course, sometimes after a deep dive, a little bit of hypoxia, this it's
Yeah.
harder to keep in mind.
Absolutely.
Leia now.
Up next we have Leia Sopena Spa of Spain, doing a 43-meter dive with an announced dive time of 2 minutes. This will be a national record attempt. Hello, do you want to come join us?
Yeah, why not?
Cool.
There, yeah.
I will scoot over. It is a good day.
Please have a seat.
Wow, you're really high up.
I am really high up. Yes, welcome to the crow's nest.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oy.
Let's see. Here, I can scoot over one more.
Who is going now, Leia?
Leia is now going. Sandra, why don't you come have a seat? This
Here?
one? Yes. I've
what
warmed it
about-
up for you.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Perfect.
You're all wet, Sandra.
Me? I'm sorry. This is our sport.
Okay, and here Leia goes.
Congratulations for your
Thank you
dive.
so much.
Yeah.
How did you feel?
It was amazing. One of the most beautiful dives of my world.
Yeah.
Yeah. Amazing.
You looked super nice.
It
and
was really, really, really nice.
Yeah.
fresh.
Yeah, and it looks like
strong.
there's no current now, so.
The conditions were amazing. At least, I
Fantastic.
mean, I that's what I felt.
Yeah, they're
And-
good now. They're good.
It was amazing. And she's going really nice.
Yeah, looking really nice and relaxed.
Leia is going
Oh,
down
wow, she's
with the
free-falling
mask. This
with
is
the
something
hands
very
up.
peculiar that she does with the mask with no strap.
Yes.
Doing hands free all the way.
Yep.
She's the only freediver doing that. that
Yeah,
I
and
know.
she's controlling her soft palate the whole way to add just enough air.
Yeah, we
to
had
be able to
we had a
equalize.
chat with Leia because I teach hands-free courses, and I was really curious to know what she was doing. And yeah, she does something weird. She doesn't. really know actually some
Okay.
things that she does, but it works. So I told her just keep doing it.
Yeah, right.
Don't think too much.
Yeah, if you can do it, do it.
Yeah, she uses also the pressure inside the mask, the decreasement of pressure inside the mask to keep the mask tight in the face.
Yes.
And of course you have to be careful with exhaling through the nose, otherwise the mask would go away because
Right.
she doesn't have a strap.
Incredible. I think she's the first freediver I hear that does that.
Yeah. It's definitely a lot of really strong soft palate control.
Yeah,
to
it's an instinct.
Yeah.
I would call it an instinct, yeah. She always does with this method and it's working.
Yeah. Well, and she's taught her daughter how to do it too.
Yeah, she told me so.
No way.
Yeah, her 5-year-old
She told
daughter
me
knows
so.
how to dive without straps on her mask as
Same.
well. Which, I mean, I can barely dive with a mask on with straps and equalize Frenzel, so...
Come on.
And here she goes. She's gonna be super nice and clean, I think.
Yeah. All of her dives have been really, really clean.
I want to see her throw away the mask.
Yeah. Taking really strong recovery breaths.
Yeah, you see?
This is
There we
amazing.
go. I don't need
Yay.
this mask.
Actually, I told her, why don't you just exhale with the nose?
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
get rid
Pop it
of the
off that
mask
way.
She
like
should
this.
totally do it.
It's super cool. By the way, Brandon is he plays the humble, but he dives to 50 meters. This guy, so what he says that he cannot equalize with the mask, he cannot, is not true.
I do know. I can
The
dive with a mask down
commentator
to
is a
50.
deep diver as well.
Amazing, Leia.
Yeah, very nice dive.
I was with the boat on her while we were coming over,
Mm.
and she was really good mood, super smiley.
Oh,
compared to
amazing.
maybe other athletes that were a bit more
Mm.
tense. She was in an amazing condition. She even was doing like headstands on the beach before
Oh, but
getting on the boat.
That's so her. I mean, she's
And I was like,
always in a
yes.
fantastic mood.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Always happy, and always happy to have people with her doing all of her acrobatic stuff and her yoga.
Yeah. Yesterday, Vera was a little bit nervous before a dive, and she told her, remember why you started freediving and just enjoy the dive, don't think too much. Go there and have fun, which is true. It's so simple, but
Yes.
sometimes we really forget.
Yeah.
Actually, Vera was coaching me today, and I told her yesterday, remember to tell me, because I forget when I'm in the moment ready to dive. I told her, remember to tell me that I do it for fun, and that I have to do the dive with love. You know, I told her, tell me this, and she told me this like just a minute before I got on the line, and it felt it.
Amazing.
So sometimes we forget.
Yeah, no, we definitely can. I mean, you know, we're here at a competition where people are diving and things can be a little intense.
Yeah.
But really, I mean, we're diving for fun.
Yeah, this thought in your mind might pop in at some point, like I have to do it, I announced it, there is people watching and I have to do it, but just forget about the rest and have fun.
Yeah, just have fun.
It's gonna work.
Yeah. In our sports, to be so like aggressive and think about the target and the objective doesn't really help out a lot.
It doesn't, no.
Maybe there are other sports that it's always best to like search for good feelings, stay in the moment, step by step.
Freediving is a very unique sport in that aspect.
The focus has to be on losing the perception of the reality almost and
Yes.
just get lost in your thought.
Exactly. Exactly.
Cool. We're also being joined by Vera herself.
Vera, yes, my super coach today. Yeah. It was amazing.
Big party up here.
Yeah, big
Brandon.
party up in the crow's nest.
Yeah. Brandon, we won't leave you alone. Don't worry.
That is A-okay. Okay, we now have Anastasia Borisova of Russia doing a, so what do my notes say? 31-meter dive with a nose dive time of 2 minutes.
Okay. She's on line A. I always say with Vera that line A is the lucky line.
Yeah. Line A is the lucky line, huh?
We love line A.
Amazing.
And she started.
There we go.
Adjusted the nose clip. She's having some issues with the nose clip. Yep.
Really?
Uh-huh. She was.
Yeah, but maybe she managed. Still.
I've had a lot of issues with nose clips as well.
Yeah?
And I realized it's because I wasn't cleaning my nose off, like with the oils enough. And then I learned from people that you can use either your lanyard or some people rub their nose on the line itself.
Yeah, or you just don't put cream on your nose.
No,
before
but-
Or you don't
diving.
put cream. But I have apparently
Oh, wow,
have a greasy
wow.
nose because
Yeah,
I don't.
Some people can have this oily, greasy nose.
Yeah.
So what you can do is.
This was a really tough turn. She's struggling.
She got tangled with the lanyard.
Oof.
Oh, she was struggling, I think, with her equalization.
Safeties are already there. Looking after Anastasia.
No.
Anastasia.
Didn't work, sorry.
That's okay. All right, hang on. Bring a bit of an umbrella issue up here.
Second safety joined.
There we go. Okay, second safety is there. Coming up. Looks okay.
Yeah, I'm glad
she's safe. She's
doing her
fine.
recovery
Yeah,
before anything else.
She's totally fresh.
Yep.
Just an annoying dive for her, but
yeah,
but
quite
safe.
annoying, but she
Yeah.
made it. Luckily, she handled it well.
Is her lanyard attached to her wrist or to her ankle? Or her
No,
waist?
I think it's the waist usually for CNF.
Mm.
I think almost everyone uses the waist because it's quite uncomfortable to move your hands and legs and have the lanyard there.
I got distracted during the turn talking about how not to make your nose slip away from the nose, but I think the length of the lanyard looked shorter from the hips to the line. Maybe.
Oh, I think Anastasia does dive with a shorter lanyard.
Okay.
I think there was one diver
Yeah, you're
I
right.
saw on one of the other women's days who had a short lanyard.
Member of a diver with a short lanyard.
Cool.
It's Anastasia.
That is a white card, so
Yeah,
congratulations to
white
her.
card.
Yes, amazing.
So even using the thread of the nose clip, this part, just here.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
It works.
Yeah, sure.
Or
This
even
helps.
the rope. If you're diving in a buoy and you have the rope inside the
Yeah,
buoy,
yeah.
you can use the rope to get
Learn
rid of
something new every day. See, this is why I'm here. I'm not really here to commentate. I'm mostly here to just get
Just to
the
learn.
the super secret things.
You're
that,
stealing all the secrets.
all
brother.
the secrets. I'm gonna be the best diver after this.
Yes.
Noted. Cool.
Okay.
So we have two more divers. We have Katsirina Spirina.
Oh yeah, and then it's done.
Doing 30-meter dive to one with announced time of 1:40. Thank you.
She's diving in line B.
What's this? Remarks?
I've been marking out what the results are on my sheets
Okay.
for my own
So what's
record
this
later.
mark? I'm curious.
That might be a W. It's difficult to say.
Okay.
Maybe it was just checking if the
If
the
it
pen
was
worked.
working.
Yeah, maybe. Okay. 1 minute to official top.
Belarus.
Water looking absolutely stunning. I really want to jump in.
Did you not yet jump into the water?
I jumped in yesterday.
Okay.
And I'll see if I can jump in again today. It's a nice way to sort of round off the long day, especially a day like today where I got out here at 7:15, then waited an hour for the stream to start up, for the conditions to improve. Yeah, I've had a long day.
It's amazing that today all the men managed to dive. Because honestly, I was not so certain that the day would work out.
Yeah, I mean, with the conditions from yesterday, there was a lot of worry about that, but
Especially when I woke up, I read immediately like an hour of delay, then an hour 20, then an hour 30. I was like, whoa, this is not.
This does not bode well.
No, instead it went great.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. On the surface,
Katarina.
flooding her hood. Here she goes.
She has quite positive buoyancy.
Yes.
I see that she's.
Yeah, working quite hard to get through
Yeah.
that bit of positive buoyancy on the surface.
She had a very speed of 0.5 meter per second now.
Okay, now she entered the free fall.
Yep. Just
She's
relax.
helping herself with the legs to maintain the streamline. But the other hand is quite in a position that doesn't help her probably. But
Yeah. We were saying too, like, you know, with the dive eye footage, it's really great to sort of see your dives.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Because not everybody has somebody who can follow them down with a GoPro. So being able to use this footage to sort of figure out what you need to do to improve your technique is really beneficial.
It's also
the safety is already there, yeah.
Yep.
It's nice that you can.
It's also a very useful tool for judges.
Yep.
To review.
Yeah, I know something about that.
Some divers making illegal turns.
Today I made sure that I would
Yeah,
pull
I saw you. You
on
didn't
the candy can. I was like checking it out. I was like, okay.
You didn't even do the pull that you're allowed to do almost. You're like, I'm not gonna
Yeah,
pull
almost. No, in the end I did it. But...
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
Go Katsiarina. Coming out.
So
looking nice and fresh.
Taking her time.
She's okay.
Great. Good job. Okay, Brendan, I think that it's time for us to probably... Yeah, we can still wait a little bit.
It's up to you guys.
No, I didn't want to... I was thinking that the transfer boat was already there,
yeah.
but it's not probably.
Does not look like it.
Yeah, let's look at the last...
Got one more dive.
At the last dive.
How was your day?
Great.
Yeah?
I've been coaching Sanda during her before and after her dive. It was an amazing experience. Yeah.
Nice. Is that a different wetsuit? Because I thought you had a blue wetsuit.
Well, I have many.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I've always been like, you're part of Team Triton because you all have the same blue wetsuit together. So.
Yeah. Well, this is actually the blue is a little bit thinner and this is warmer. And since I had to stay in the water without moving, I opted for something a little bit warmer. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Very nice. Cool. Okay. Up next, and finally, we have Henrietta Kiviarvi of Finland doing a 26-meter dive with announced dive time of 1:10.
She is wearing the blue.
She is wearing the blue. She is part of Team Triton as well.
There are more and more divers that wear the hectometers as well. I see.
Yes. Although when I was speaking with David, he said that they're really hard to come by now since they're not making them.
True, but apparently they should. The new model should come out soon.
Okay. Oh, very nice.
So, da-da-da-da. Oops, maybe I said something I shouldn't have. No, I'm joking.
Ruh-roh.
No, but he announced it already a while ago, actually, and he's, the guy that is making them. But they're gonna come out.
I spoke with the guy and he confirmed.
Yeah, okay.
I confirm.
All right. Well, then you've heard it here first.
We'll have the second version of the hectometers probably soon.
Nice. Okay. Fantastic. Okay, doing a nice breathe up. Again, I love this noodle setup that they have together.
Yeah.
Where
it looks very comfy, no?
It looks very comfy, and then as you go, you just yank them out, so there's no risk of getting wrapped up in them.
I think I'm the only freediver here in this competition that dives with the snorkel, or not. I haven't seen many other
You've
ones.
been taking the snorkel down with you, yeah?
No. I mean that dives that prepares to dive with a snorkel.
I think I've seen a few
Other
of the
ones?
men do it, but I don't think any of the other women have. I think you might just be the only woman doing it.
She's about to go.
Okay, there she goes.
Nice strong strokes.
Her and most of their training in really cold lakes.
Yeah. They organize a lot of diving under ice. They have a very nice sauna tent they use.
They were saying that.
Yeah, before and after the dive.
They were telling me once that they actually put the sauna on top of the hole that they were diving in. So they would dive down, be freezing cold, then pop up into the
4 degrees water, guys. When they dive.
So
no, thank you.
They're very brave.
They're extremely brave, exactly.
Yeah, and I mean,
I'm surprised that they're using a wetsuit here.
At all, yeah.
Oh, is it? What time is it? 120.
Henrietta.
Oh, no, because I need to announce for tomorrow.
Yeah, me too.
Is ready to close this day.
Yep,
Break
here we
it
go.
down.
Go,
Look at
Henrietta.
that, easy.
Here she goes.
Nice and high. Taking her recovery breaths. Everything off.
And she's okay.
And she's okay.
Great.
Yeah. Well done,
Well
Henrietta.
done.
Okay, guys, I go pull up some ropes.
Cool.
Okay.
I hope you
Brenda?
enjoy.
I'm gonna go for the
Yes.
doping test.
Sounds good.
So we all have our job here.
Ciao, guys.
Yes.
Thank you.
Cool.
Thank you, Brendan, so
Thank you
much.
for watching.
Thank you for joining me.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bye-bye.
See you tomorrow. And she's
Have
showing the
everything nice
tag.
and wet.
Amazing. That's what I like to hear. And a white card, our final white card of the day. Sana, don't forget your tag.
Oh yeah. Not leaving that one.
Yeah, don't do that.
I like one.
And actually, as Sanda was saying, she needs to go take a doping test. That is because anyone who gets a white card and who has done a national record or a world record automatically needs to go take a doping test, whether they're, no matter what. So she's gonna go do that now. Okay. Long day, but we got through it together. Amazing dives. And yeah, let's do one more quick thank you to all the sponsors. Double K, Best Dive, Paralens, EDT. All the sponsors sponsoring all of our athletes, all of the people supporting at home, all the coaches, friends, family. Thank you so much for joining us. Tomorrow we will begin the women's constant weight dives. And I think that's it. Have a great day. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Cool. Bye.